How is it now, everybody? Is it better? Is it better? Working with cup and string internet. uh, you already built. Yeah, I did it. I guess. All right. So let's kind of talk about what this needs to get cut, but let's kind of talk about what I initially was doing. So you all probably saw my rares. Initially, I was looking at green because Sunrise is an insane rare. But I didn't really love the green. There were only a few good cards in it. I think I have a lot of really good synergies going on with the blue-black exploit deck. So you just started looking at cards on the live stream. Yeah, no, yeah, it seems fixed. Good. I think I have a really, really sweet blue-black exploit deck here. I have two specimens. I have a ton of things with exploit. I have egg. Just a lot of cool things going on. I hit a hero's downfall in black, which is pretty exciting. I have some pretty good blue commons and uncommons, which I like. So I think I'm going to go with this. I've got a little bit of lifelink with some courier bats to rebuy the creatures that I'm sacking. Maybe got a lot of cool synergy in this deck. The only question is, am I supposed to play 16 lands? Because I have a pretty good amount of like card draw. And I think the answer is yes. I think I want to go 18 lands, and then I still want to put 2 more cards on my deck. The question is, what 2 cards do I want those to be? Let's see here. This card is like interesting. I wonder if this is worth playing. It's an interesting little trick. Could lead to some blowouts on both offense and defense, which I kind of like. This 2-drop's a nice 2-drop. I should probably be playing this just because it's going to flip into a 3/3 like all the time in this deck. It's also just another 2 to play, which I like. Undying Malice is actually kind of cool in this deck too. Can re-get me exploit triggers. Maybe I just want this though, the Edict. The Edict could be kind of cool against certain decks. If my opponent is playing like a bigger creature deck, these could be cool. We could always board this out, but I think this is a fine card to start. Just another exploit card's cool too. I think I kind of want to do this though. Probably where I'm going to go. There's a possibility that 16 is one too few lands. Maybe this is a little greedy to do 16. Maybe I'm supposed to be 17. How greedy do I want to be? How greedy do I want to be? That is the question. All my 3-drops are like quite good. I think the worst one is Farmer, but I still don't think I want to cut that. All right, maybe I lied. Maybe the Edict creature isn't quite good enough. I think I do want to play 17. I don't want to sit here and get mana screwed and lose that way. So let's do this. Let's be disciplined. Play 17. And here we go. Here we go. Yeah, sand is fine. We're going to go 2-drop, hopefully into 4-drop. This will be a card we play later, but nothing wrong with it. Yep. This guy. Go. Go ahead, opponent. Yep. Nothing. No turn 2 play. Big fan. Ooh, that's a good one. Big fan of that as well. I bet you my opponent in green might be playing some werewolves, so we might just get to live the dream and bounce draw for 2 mana. It's an insanely good rate. Oh, God. Uh, okay. Interesting. I think I want to play the Cruel Witness before doing this. The question is, do I attack as well? Probably not. My opponent would probably block. I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't block. Damn, it wasn't my internet. No, it wasn't. It was my stream. I guess doing the download while streaming was a problem. But we got it figured out, which is good. Uh, hmm. If I were going to attack, I should have done it sooner. At this point, I think it's a lost cause now that I've thought so long. I have no idea why the bot just gave you a warning there. Don't worry about it. I need to go in pretty soon here and edit what that thing is not allowing people to say, because there was like a time where Dustin was in here and said monster, and it like alerted me for someone saying monster, which is just nonsense. Training. Yep, draw a card. This card is so good, man. Welcoming Vampire is wild. Attack, huh? So they must have a pump spell. I'm just not blocking. That's cool. I was not born yesterday. Hmm. I think I'm going to attack with my guys and see what my opponent does. Oh, this thing only triggers if you discarded a card. It's not as good as I thought it was. I thought it flipped if the thing died. It's still okay, though. Destroy target attacking creature. Yep. That's fine. Okay. Bouncing this for 4 mana is still just like pretty medium. They can just like replay it, play a land, and play a 2-drop and draw cards. So it's probably not a productive play. I probably just need to play this, eat this, and then play this. Just play a couple 3-power things and just try racing. I think I just need to try racing this card. Exile this, please. Time to race. Nice try. Oh god, I don't know why it is alerting on your stuff, but yep. Do I want to block? Not really. I don't need to block. If they play something, I'll just bounce it and ate them, I guess. Sure. That's annoying. Very, very annoying. I mean, I can just give this no power, though, so that's pretty good, I guess. So maybe it wasn't as annoying as I thought. Target this. 0 power for your Death Toucher. Hey, $1 donation. Let's go. Let's go. What the heck? Oh, that's funny. Here are the 7s. Nice. I think I'm just going to leave up the Lunar Rejection here. I can, like, bounce this with a spell on the stack, potentially, so it seems not terrible. I kind of want to draw into a land for this, so this will just be a good tempo turn. Hopefully they play, like, a 5-drop or something and then can't redeploy the Vampire. That would be ideal for me. 2, 4. 5 me. Yeah, you got it. You got it. 6/6, you gain life equal to toughness. Well, this is just getting bounced back to our opponent's hand. It's kind of cool that I get to do this for 2 mana. It's annoying I didn't know I'd be able to do it for 2 mana, or I would have been able to play the egg, but oh, that's a pretty good draw. That's also a pretty good draw. Would have loved a land, but beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Let's hit. That, I guess. Okay. How do I want to set this up? I think I want to play this because that allows me to next turn potentially play this, sack this, and then equip, make this a 4/3 lifelinker. But I kind of just need another attacker. I need more attackers, potentially. It's a real bummer I couldn't hit the land for this here. Oh, I could actually play this, and then when does this return? At the beginning of the next end step? It sucks that it comes back on the end step. Can has unban oh. Yeah, how do I unban you? I don't actually know how to do that. I assume I go to settings, chat settings. Hold on 1 second. I'll unban you after this game. I'm not sure how to do this. Okay, let's see. I think though the lifelinker is going to be slightly best for me. So let's do this. God dang it. Can has unban, please. Yes, you may has unban as soon as I figure out how to unban. Yep, land drop to me. Sure. No attacks? Probably a good call. God, can I draw a land? What does somebody have to do to draw a fricking land in this deck? God, man. Just don't worry. I just have minutes of mute left. Don't lose your turn. Good luck. All right. Good. I'm glad you'll be back. All right. This can like scry and draw a card, which is cool. If I play this, I could hit a second 3-drop here, which would be really nice. But I guess this is a really good blocker. Can also turn it into an unblockable 2 turns from now. All right, I'm going to play this. Let's set this up. All right, land, please. Courier Bat is kind of interesting, actually. I think I like the bat, especially because it flies. So I'm going to go land into the bat. And we're just going to kind of try to set up some cool stuff here. Six incoming. Sending the training creature as well, huh? Block here. Do I chump the 6/6? Or do I just no block? The pump spell that my opponent might have here is +2/+2 trample. They've been repping a pump spell all game long. So the question is, which one is it? And do they have 2 is another question. So... Scary. Very scary moment for me. I kind of don't want to block. I kind of just... If they have 2 pump spells, they got me. There aren't... As far as I remember, there's not like a +3/+3 effect. All of them are +2. I'm just going to block here. If my opponent has the kill, they have the kill. Okay. God, man. Another hunter. Sure. Let's exploit that off. Flip the farmer. I think the... maybe I need like a downfall now. This might just not be cutting it anymore. I have a 3-drop here anyway. Yeah, I probably need to hit my removal. I think I need to hit something else that is not that. Hmm. I think I just have to play this. Although if I'm confident my opponent has the pump spell, then I know the flyer can just kill me here. So maybe I'm just supposed to send the 4/3. Very awkward. Very, very awkward. And if I send the 4/3, I should send something else as well, probably. Let's do this. Let's send these two, and I'm going to give the Death Toucher -2, so I at least get some damage in on this turn. When my opponent, if they attack with the 6/6s here, I can block with both my zombies, and then those will both turn into 2/2s. So I think it's just what I have to do here. Can't just lose to the pump spell that I'm like 99% sure my opponent has in hand. Cheating in damage when I have a Serpent is kind of sick too, because that's just a 4/4 unblock. Are you kidding me, man? Opponent just infinite bomb green creatures over. Mangstein. Jeez. But why? All right, I am gonna block the cussing at least. Hopefully that's understandable. No cussing. I'm at least gonna block it. Interesting. So if they, okay. I don't understand this attack. This attack's pretty great for me if my opponent does this. I'm going to double block the 6/6 with my zombies and generate 2/2/2s. And then I'm probably going to double block the trainer. I'm French. This tends to be hard. That's fair. That is tough. Their attack. What is this? This attack's going to kill my opponent. I don't know if they know what Headless Raider or Rider does. This is not a good attack. I think this just downright kills my opponent. Assistant is a zombie, right? I'm like 100% sure it is. Just looking at that card. How is that not a zombie? Yeah. Definitely not supposed to send that. Okay. It's a serpent. These are both zombies. My opponent has 3 blocks. They won't be able to block here, so they'll be able to... Let's go to blocks. So... let's say I chump both of these. My opponent's going to block both of these. They'll get 2 blocks. These will be the blocks. They'll take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and die. Alright, I think we have this game. Unless I'm missing something. I sack and make this unblockable, and then kill my opponent. Can't be blocked at all, right? Can't be blocked. Yeah, this should be good then. Let's do this. I guess let's play our flyer first, but... and then we'll attack all. Give the death touch or neg. You. Opponent should be dead here. Can't block here. Oh, did I screw up? I screwed up the math, didn't I? For some reason, I thought they only had 2 blocks. I think it's because I got tunnel vision on the trainer attacking. Oops. Well, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I did have a chance here if I would not have... It would have been hard beating this, but I think I had a chance at least. That's a bummer. That was a mistake on my part. A little bit of a mistake for sure in the combat math there from my end. Missing that 6th land was so crucial, like 3 turns in a row. It's really bad. Multiple wolves from my opponent was really stupid too, just so much life. Welp indeed. Welp indeed. Yeah, this hand's gas. We're going to need a way to sack our stuff, but got plenty of exploiters in the deck. Play this. Go. Okay, just a 6-drop. Oh, they have the exile spell? Get out of here, man. Get out of here. I wanted that. I'm going to scry to make sure I hit lands. I've had about enough of missing land drops. Okay, 2 lands in a row, but one of them is not blue. Ugh, man. I still think it's okay. I really wish one of them were a blue land for the Scob, but the Scob can't draw yet anyway, so I guess we're just trying to hit the Screaming Swarm. Yep, alright, I'm into these 2 lands. It's fine. Zombie. Okay. Could just hold up the Lunar Rejection here. That's probably the best play. Lunar Rejection and then Rider later. Try and like double spell next turn. Makes the most sense to me. Let's do that. Let's see how that works. 3 color from our opponent. Okay. Do I just bounce this? I think so. I think I'm pretty committed to this play at this point. Let's use our 4 mana. Let's draw a card. Okay, there's our blue source. Okay. this. Go. Just multiple exile effects. Dude, get out of here. What is this? All these red exile effects. Garbage. All right, this is getting really annoying. Can we draw an exploit creature, please? Any exploit creature would be wondrous. Probably should have set an upkeep stop, but at least this was a pretty okay draw. Do I just play this as a 2/2 flyer? I probably do. Probably just play my land, play this as a 2/2 flyer, do this thing, and I can do that at any time. I'll wait on it, but I think holding this one's a little better than holding this one. I think it's more likely that I get some creatures into my graveyard before I gain life. I only have 2 ways to gain life in my deck. Okay, that card's pretty scary. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I am talking about. Exploit. Do ya? Get a 4/4. Go. Alright. That was a good draw. Into that. Can bounce this, draw a card. Good stuff. I think after this game, I'm going to put the 5-drop that edicts a player in just to have another exploiter. This deck just wants to exploit things so badly. Enters the battlefield, create a blood. Trash. Okay. It's annoying. Attack, draw a card. Yep. I could double block, but that's like horrible to a removal spell. Although putting creatures in my graveyard is good for this. That's like kind of interesting, I guess. Maybe I do block. This is just going to hold these back anyway. Alright, I'm going to double block. Just get that thing off the board. What does this do? I could just bounce this immediately, which I'm pretty in for. Let's just put this away, please. 2 mana, bounce your guy, draw a card. Seems good. Play this and start milling my opponent. I could also mill myself, which is interesting. Does the egg get exiled when it dies? Where the heck is the... No, the egg's here. Didn't I? Oh, no, I double blocked and he didn't kill both. That was just if he would have traded. If he would have had a removal spell. Let's slam. And I actually think... I don't think I'm going to mill my opponent out. I don't want to feed their graveyard if they have any payoffs, so I'm just going to mill my own deck. Okay, not very good cards to mill at all, but it's fine. I didn't really want to draw the land. The draw spell would have been cool, although we didn't really have time for that right now. Sure. Trade with the Scob. Sounds good to me. So now my Skyward is a 2/5 flyer that draws a card when it enters. Ooh. Seven to any target. Okay. I think I'm going to just keep fueling my own graveyard. Alright. The Scob is probably the best creature in the yard, so I'm going to eat the other two with this Scob. Could also play 2 threats, but I don't think that's better than just playing a flyer that draws a card. A lot of toughness, too, is nice. Nice. Alright. Victory! Victory! 1-1. Let's go. Alright, I am going to bring the Edict dude in, though. I want one more exploit creature in my deck. Feels like my deck is just going to want to exploit every game all the time. So let's do that. This. What's it like to not be on a cursed account? Dude, it's nice. To be fair, we won 7 in a row on the cursed account last night, man. So I think the curse was broken. I think the curse is officially over. It's officially a thing of the past. True. We broke the curse. It's done. We broke the curse by putting a land in our deck. I think this card is actual garbage. I don't want this. I initially thought that it was a thing that turned into a 3/3 if a creature died, not if I discarded, but it has no discard synergy at all, so it's just a 2-mana 2/1. Pretty not into that. Let's try this. Alright, 1-1. One and one. Yes, please. The good old Desperate Farmer Courier Bat combo. Which means I might just Mind Leech Ghoul. I'm just going to play it as a 2/2 on turn 1. I could exploit and make them exile a card, but that's worse than just having a 2/2, very likely. Yeah, let's just play a 2/2. Decline, please. Sure. Combat damage to a player. All right, I could be kind of nuts. I could like just attack this and get the damage in, but then if my opponent has a way to remove this, then they get to hit me with this, which I don't love. I'm certainly not going to blow a downfall on that, but I think I'm just going to play a farmer here and pass. I'm very disinterested in my opponent removing this in any way. I'm just going to say go. Not going to let that cat hit me. That seems like a bad idea. That's fine. It's annoying because it trades very well, but I guess I can just like attack with this, and if he trades, I just play Courier Bat and get it back. That actually seems really good. Yeah, I'm into that. Yeah. get this back. Yep. That was a pretty good exchange. Not too sad about that. Cruel Witness. Yep. Ooh, that's a... okay. So, I think it sets me up the best to play this first, scry into a land drop, and then do both of these next turn. Sacking this, obviously, flipping this, and then getting the trigger here. Let's just hit that land. Okay, bottoming both. I said I wanted a land, please. Maybe you didn't hear me, deck. It's okay. You get another shot at it next turn. I'd like a land. Land, please. I guess the Stitched Assistant can find one for me, too, but I can scry into it and then draw it. We got a lot of looks. Basically got to see the top 5 cards of our deck to find a 6th land in our 17-land deck. Can it be done? We will see. Yep, 3 is good. 19 for me. What does opponent have here, I wonder? Sure. Sure. Farmer. Oh, God. Do they have a Syncopate? Please don't have a Syncopate. They might have a Syncopate here. Okay, good. Very concerned about that. Don't really care if they... I mean, if they do something to the Ag, I'll just sack the bat that they just made pretty irrelevant, so... I'm definitely exploiting here no matter what. They have like a Stifle? What is going on? This. Trigger the farmer. This isn't particularly good anymore. I'm going to bottom this. Nice. Very nice. I'm definitely crashing for 2 now, I think. Although then they get to put the Catgeist here. But if they put the Catgeist here, then I just get to downfall it. So I'm totally cool with that. I get to like chump block and then downfall. Sounds good to me. They can load up that Witness all they'd like. And then what does this other card in their graveyard do? Gutter Skulker. Enchanted creature can't be blocked as long as it's attacking alone and it's disturbed 4. Okay. Yeah, they can load up this Cruel Witness all they want. I'm just going to outpace them by a mile. They have to put more things onto the board before I'm going to care about that even a little bit. And we have to remember, too, I have a 4/4 coming back on the end step as well. We should be in really good shape. Huge board. Good hand. Courier Bat's going to be able to buy back. Probably just a farmer that attacks. Who knows? Courier Bat's going to do good work. And then downfall's obviously great, too. Opponent, good lord. Please. What is going on here? There are things not moving at all, which is very concerning. I'm worried that this is my end. Alright, I'm going to close out and come back because I don't know what in the world is going on there. Very concerned that's an issue from me. The way their clock was not moving was weird. The good news is it was about to go to their turn, and it wasn't going to be on mine, so I'm probably not going to lose my turn. What? What is that? We just got booted out of a match? Come on, man. That's so annoying. We were going to win that one easily, I think. Easily. I think I was miles ahead in that game. Submit reimbursement. Yeah, no kidding. I will have to. I should submit reimbursement for sure. That's ridiculous. You died. I guess I didn't die or live. The match just never came to a conclusion. It's garbage. So frustrating that I was just infinitely ahead on that board. Unless my opponent had like, I don't even know. I don't even know what my opponent could have had. They would have needed like a damnation. There is no mono black damnation. You need white to sweep in black in this format. So whatever. We'll just play another sweet game with this deck. I think the deck is really good. I like this deck a lot. Very happy with this at sealed. It feels a lot like a draft deck, honestly. Ton of synergy. We opened a nice deck for sure. I'm just going to lead here and play this as a 2-2, probably. Thalia, huh? Okay. My deck doesn't care much about Thalia, which is nice. Have very few non-creature spells. Just going to play this as a 2-2 and keep it in play. Decline. May sack it later, may not. Depends. No blocks. I am aware that is first strike. That's very annoying. Okay, well, Thalia doing what Thalia does. I'm just going to play this and say go. Next turn we'll play this and sack the ghoul to flip the farmer. And draw a card and scry, especially if I miss a land. If I hit a land, I may be downfalling their next play. I didn't actually know they were removing dislikes from YouTube. That's kind of funny. So my opponent probably has the deal damage to a target attacking creature here. So I'm just going to attack with this and play another farmer. I'm not walking into that spell. I don't believe for a second my opponent doesn't have it either. I could leave up downfall, but I don't actually like that. I just want to play another one of these. If my opponent wants to tax themselves 3 mana every turn, they can feel free. They can't even play a counter spell there either because of Thalia. The 3 mana one doesn't work, and Syncopate for 1 doesn't work either. Sure. No blocks. Okay. Well, now I'm fine with them getting one of them. So, just going to play this. Sack off the ghoul, scry 1, draw a card, and then send in for 8. Let my opponent kill one of these, I think. I suppose they could have the 1 white spell that deals 2 damage too. That would be great for me because then they can't even kill any of this. Yeah, I'm pretty into this. That's going to be a really good thing to exploit this off and get a downfall back. So, yeah, I'm going to definitely keep that. Could also just hold them back, I guess. Then, again, my opponent just can't kill them. And then I just have good blocks. I guess it just kills another one of their turns if I just don't attack. They just do nothing again, so it just like burns. At this point, they've burned 6 mana, which is just such a bad... Yeah, you know what? I don't want to lose these. You're going to have to kill another turn and just do nothing again, and you can't attack into these effectively at all. So, I'll just keep making you do nothing. Retrieval. That's annoying. Okay. Did not expect that one. Did not expect that one. Not a big deal, though. Sure. Okay, that's a good draw. I think I downfall the flyer, attack with my lifelinker, and see if they're willing to double block. I think I'd be okay with that. I'm fine with gaining 4 and killing both of my opponent's creatures here. Nope, they just take 4. I'm also very okay with that. Specimen, go. I could block with this, although it's almost better for this to just stay in play. So I think I'm just going to no block here. I don't really want to kill this, so I certainly don't want to trade. I could double block the Thalia with these two, but then I just lose this. It just seems like a bad exchange. I'm just going to take 4. Rather just have my cards. Neither of these cards really do anything into the 0-4, so exploit, sure. Really? Why would you not sack the Ancestor? Put on top. I'm going to decline to put this on top. I already have another one anyway. Oh, that's actually awesome. Not too bad. They just play this, get the Scry, and then play the Lancer. And then next turn, hopefully I can farmer. Alright, 2 lands is pretty good. I certainly want 1. Do I want 2? 2 lets me do the double spell thing with those, but I think 1 is fine. And then I'm going to play this, exile this. Go. Go, go, go. These cards are pretty irrelevant against my board. A flyer will be kind of scary, but this is a really good blocker for those. Scob will be insane. Scob, sack this, get back downfall. Will be a very strong play. So hopefully I can get the farmer in play before I do that to flip it. We'll just kind of see what happens. It's a pretty tight game right now. All right, that's scary. That's scary. I might just play a 2-5. Just play a naked 2-5 to just eat this if he attacks with it. Kind of into that. It's probably better than just slamming that. Although, I have like pretty good double blocks there. I can just put 3-3 and 3-2 on that and then play this and draw a card later. So I guess I generate more value across my cards if I like play this. It's a tough call. If I want to get the most out of my cards, it's actually best to just play this first. Technically, my opponent doesn't even have to send this, though. I'm gonna try and get the most value I can out of my cards. I don't know if this is right, but typically in limited, it's very important to just turn all your cards into a million for ones, you know? All right, I'll take 2. That's fine. That makes sense. Just don't even train it. You don't need to. Probably a good play from them. Yeah. Yep. Makes sense. Makes sense. What's up, dude? Good to see you, Connor. How's it going, man? I think I'm supposed to play this, sack the egg, and get back the downfall. I could also do this. If I think my opponent has a counter spell, then playing this might be a good call. If they have the 3 mana counter thing, get a blood. I'm not going to get the value off this anytime soon anyway. So maybe playing this is good. This card's just going to be so good. I really want to be sure it resolves. So I'm actually going to do this. I like this the best. Are you serious? Did I lose connection? God dang it, man. What is going on? Killing me. Killing me. I wonder if this is an arena thing or if it's a my internet connection thing or what is going on. But that is frustrating. Hopefully we're at least still in the match this time and don't just get booted out of our match. Nope, we just got booted out of the match again. Yeah, there are probably just too many people playing all at once. Yep, we're out of it again. Okay. Well, that's 2 matches in a row that didn't get to come to their conclusion. Whatever, we're really getting our money's worth today. Just who knows if we would have won or lost. Day 1 arena. Yeah, you're not wrong. Whatever. At least that match was like close. We were maybe going to lose that one. Who knows? The other one I had in the bag. That was a win for sure. But oh boy. Well, we're a 17 land deck. I mean, I kind of want to keep it. Egg will scry me into lands. Oh boy. Yeah. Jeez. I think I want to keep this hand, but it is a greedy one. I've done the math on these kind of hands a lot. I'm pretty sure on the play, I think I'm like 63% to hit the land on easy keep. I'm 60-something percent to hit it on the play, and then the draw will... All right, well, at least that's a play. 2-drop, 2-2, no exploit. And then the following... If I were on the draw, it's like a 70%, 75% to hit the land. So, all right, we missed, but at least it's playable. All right. Attack you. Arena, DC again, quickly. Please. Connectivity issues. Happen when it's good for me, please. Do I sit back to block or do I just attack? I actually think I'm maybe just supposed to attack. I'm going to attack. Okay. Works for me. Works for me. Sure. Let's play that and exploit. Makes sense. Makes sense. I'd love a land deck anytime. Anytime. Land drop, please. Thank you. All right, let's hit some land drops, shall we? Lands. I just want 2 lands. Thank you. That's what the doctor ordered. Go. Not going to trade with that because that'll flip that. I'd like to make it a little harder to flip that. And then I'm going to bounce it back to my opponent's hand once it does flip and reset it back to the artifact. New blocks. Heron of Hope. Okay. this is like the best attacker right now, so let's get that out there. Pass. Give the Heron lifelink. Seems like a strong play from the opponent. Nope, just has another 4 or 5 drop to play. Gross. Oh, jeez. All right. Okay. It's a little awkward. I just like need to do this turn to get pressure. So I guess what I'm gonna do is attack, and then I'll do this afterwards, and sack the egg, obviously. This. Sure. And then obviously they'll sack this off, but it's fine. That is fine. Just got to get some pressure on the opponent here. This is the best way to get the most amount of pressure. Can bounce this on the following turn, which will be good. This is going to be an interesting race. Need my opponent's 4 cards in hand to not be particularly impressive. Is opponent tanking, or did we yet again disconnect? Wow, we might have disconnected again. Not seeing any sort of action from my opponent. We'll see if their rope starts going down. Nope, I think we're having another connectivity issue. Gotta love MTG Arena. It's a little bit of sarcasm. I do love Arena, but stuff like this is just so stupid. Just three games in a row that just didn't happen. Okay. Well, I wonder if we can play if we can do a draft or something right now. Maybe a draft will work better than sealed. Maybe everybody's doing sealed right away, but if we hop in a draft queue, it'll be better. We could also do constructed. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to start doing something else. I'm going to finish this sealed later, but I'm sick of disconnecting every time. So yeah, let's do a draft, I guess. We're going to use my token entry here. I've had about enough of the DCs. All right. About enough of the DCs. Whenever a frog attacks mill 3, all right, that card seems very medium. Tech guys, IT anyone? Yeah, no kidding. All right. The exploit creature is quite good. I would not mind just taking this exploit creature right away. Scavenger's also pretty good. But I think I like Assistant a little more. Catapult Fodder, you can pay it off in the Toughness Matters deck, so maybe it could end up being really cool. I don't know. We do have the 113 right here, and it might wheel back to us, so maybe we just give it a try. But I think this card's just good. I don't know. It's hard for me to pass that. Oh, look, a Hero's Downfall. Well, I guess I'm taking a Hero's Downfall. The rare must have been completely broken that they took, because I would take this over a lot of rares in this format. All right, we're just going to play our sealed deck and draft now. It's just going to be the same deck. The rares are pretty busted in this set. Yeah, some of them certainly are. No question about that. Okay, we have another exploit creature, which I'm probably going to take. Just keep taking the exploit matters cards. This card's interesting too. Not particularly good with the cards I've already taken, but it is a very good card. And what does this one do? I never even got to this on the set review. Enters the battlefield, destroy target artifact, fights target zombie. Okay, this card's fine. I guess I could take this and keep myself open. Maybe I could still play like black-white or even blue-white. Yeah, I'm not going to pigeonhole myself into black. I'm actually just going to take the really insanely good white card. And we'll just stay open. Yeah, that makes sense, Zach. A lot of people do that. I'm not really going to do that on stream ever, but I've definitely done that before too. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't. All right, well, I'm going to take another assistant. Going to need some good sack fodder to this card, but I mean, this card is sick if you can get fodder. So, it'll be a little awkward in blue-white. There aren't always the best things to sack to it in blue-white, but we have all the disturbed cards at least, so rare drafters, ugh. Yeah, I don't do it on stream ever. I'm never going to subject all of you to watching that, but I agree. I don't spend money on Arena either, Zach, but well, this works okay with the assistants. Probably better than everything else here. The green, honestly, the Bramble Worm is like kind of insane. This is kind of a signal. This is definitely a signal. This card should not still be here. This card's like very, very good. So, this card really shouldn't be here either. Okay, I'm gonna take the worm, I guess, and hope to maybe wheel this, and maybe we just end up... I don't know. The worm's just such a good card. It's really hard for me to pass this. What does this do? Whenever you cast an enchantment, you gain 2, and it's a 1/3. Okay. Unholy Officiant. Card is, like, very not good. It's, like, fine, I guess. I might gain some life off of the back half of white creatures, I suppose. I don't even know. I don't even know. Card just doesn't seem that good to me. This card's like okay. The get a blood. Whatever, let's take the thing that gets a blood. Not 100% sure what colors I'm in yet. Okay, Doom to Center is gas. We're probably just going to move back into black-blue. Just to pay off these assistants. It felt like this was maybe open, but... Alright, well, this is another insane thing to sack. Not bad. I would light my wild cards on fire for more drafts. That's fair. That is fair. It's going to be pretty funny if blue-black just ends up being the best archetype in this format, too. I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the case either, at all. We're going to take an aim for the head. I'm very happy to start one of these. I think this is very underrated. There's no way this is a 1.5, in my opinion. It's certainly better than a 113, I think, so... And the artifacts are very medium, so yeah, I'm just gonna take an aim for the head. 2 aim for the heads. All right, I don't know that I'm gonna play 2 aim for the heads, but yeah, maybe I will. Who knows? 24,000% or 2,400%. Pretty good. I don't know. Maybe it's a trap even being in blue. This card's not really that good. I'm going to take this. I guess I'll... What does this do? Creature card. I'm going to take this. This one's interesting. Who knows? Maybe I end up being green-black. What does this do? Look at the top 4 cards. All right, this card's like pretty good. Although I would like to play these assistants, so I would like to be blue-black. I'm just going to pass this. Another Doom Descender seems pretty cool, I guess. Courier Bat isn't going to do anything in this archetype. The draw spell's another 3-drop. I really don't want that. Yeah, I think another Doom Descender is certainly the pick. Another assistant, huh? A Scob is pretty good. Chill. This is a great pack for blue. The Lancer's pretty good. 3.5 seems high on this, but I guess if you can pay it off. The heads are being aimed. They are indeed. Oh, I don't know. I think it's just another one of these. I think I like this more than this, barely. I don't think this card should be a 3.5. It seems a little high to me, but what does Witness the Future do? Yeah, that one. I remember that. Okay, I'm just going to take one of these. I think this card's just very good. What does this do? Becomes target of a spell you... Oh, yeah, this card is awesome. Yeah, easy take there. This card's like fine too, but I'm not taking it over this. Ooh, the Cat. Let's go. I'm definitely taking Cat over Farmer here. I think Cat's very good in this deck because of all the exploit. I really want to exploit a card like this. So I'm gonna take the Cat. I think it's a better card, especially in this deck. I think it's like a very good card on the play, too. If your opponent doesn't have a 2-drop, they're just going to get embarrassed by this. Okay, none of this is particularly exciting. What does Wash Away do? It's just a cancel if you cleave it. Which is like fine. Not excited to play that. I could take an Evolving Wilds to maybe splash. Honestly, splashing Brambleworm is like very worth it. So I think I'm in for that. Very into splash this. Okay. Interesting. Millipede's kind of a cool card. Scob is also a pretty sick card. Scob versus Millipede. It's probably Scob, although Millipede is very interesting. Take another Scattered Thoughts. Could also take a 2-mana 3/3 Defender. I don't love that. What does this one do? Search your library. I guess if I get more of these, it'll be sick. It's a really good thing to sack off to exploit. I'm actually going to take this and hope to get some more. Very good thing to sack to exploit. If I can get multiple. How many exploit are we at now? Currently, we have 4 creatures that enter an exploit. How good is Grizzly Ritual? I don't think it's better than just another specimen. I think I'm really just continuing to try and pay off the exploit mechanic. The Ritual is interesting. Very expensive, though. Don't know how good that card's actually going to be. Certainly no Hero's Downfall. I generally like where the deck's at right now, though. The Worm is cool. Triple Stitched Assistant's pretty nice. You got very good things to sack. The Scob's pretty good. Draw spell versus Bat. Well, I don't really gain life in this deck, so I think I'd rather just take a draw spell. Especially because I missed the second Scattered Thoughts. Undying Malice is probably better than everything else here. What does this do? Enters the battlefield, create a blood. It's probably not as good as Undying Malice. I don't even know that I'm going to play the Undying Malice, but it's a good option to have. All right, we'll play this. A Braid would be like a cool splash as well, but I don't think it's as good as the Bramble Worm. There's some argument that a Braid is a better splash than Bramble Worm for sure. This is a very like hefty cost. 7 mana is a lot of mana, but a card is quite good. Yeah, we're just gonna take another aim for the head, I guess. Just infinite aim for the heads. We're gonna take one of these and pray to God I don't have to play it. Seems terrible in this deck. Alright. Gift of Fangs, very good. Oh, this is great. This is a good 1-drop, 1-mana flyer. Very good to sack to exploit. And then also very good on the back half to just like throw on one of these guys and give them +1/+1 in flying. So I like this card a lot. This is going right in the deck. Otherwise, it would have been Gift of Fangs here for me, but this card is going to be crazy. Crazy good. We currently have 4 exploit creatures. I would probably like 3 or 4 more, ideally. We'll see if we can get that many. What does this do? Draw 3 cards, discard a card unless it's a land. Very good card, but I already have a lot of card advantage. I have a Scattered Thoughts and a Appointed Discussion, so I think I'm going to take the Parasitic Grasp. Just another good interactive card, can kill some stuff. Pretty happy with this. Pretty happy with this. A little bit of life gain never hurt anyone either. There's another exploit creature. Pretty sure I'm just going to take an exploit creature here. Take another one of these. I've got a good amount of spells in my deck that I want to buy back anyway. So yeah, definitely taking this over the other stuff here. Plenty of other cards I'd be happy to get back. But we're just going to keep exploiting. Are you serious? What is this? Hero's Downfall at like pick 6? What? What is happening? It isn't quite pick 6, but god dang, man. Are you kidding me? What are people doing? Well, now I guess I can downfall people 4 times in a game in my draft deck. Pretty into that. Insane indeed. That's probably just bad drafting is probably what it is. I cannot believe that Hero's Downfall made it to like pick 5 in pack 3. But here we are. Honestly, an unsummon to buy back my exploit creatures is not the worst. And then being able to bounce my opponent's stuff is kind of upside. This card's terrible in my deck specifically because I don't make blood. I'm going to try one of these. I think this could be good. The 2-drop's garbage in this deck. Again, I don't have blood, so I can't really pay it off at all. Groom's Finery doesn't really do anything, but none of these cards really do anything for me, so I'm just going to take it for uncommon vault progress. Literally none of these cards are worth anything for me at all, so let's do that. Ooh, another Scob, huh? Yeah, I think I'm just taking that. I think I'm just doing that. I'm just going to exploit away. Yeah, those Scobs should be really gross. I agree. Vault progress versus take. I mean, I'm not playing this. I can't gain life, so a 2/2 flyer for 3 is like fine, but I don't really want to be playing that. I don't think in this deck. I don't think I need to start aim for the head. Although it is a pretty cool thing to buy back with Scob. I guess there's some games where I can just nuke my opponent's hand, just aim, buy back, aim again, and they just like don't have a hand. All right, I am gonna take a Millipede now, although I'm probably not playing it, but it's interesting at least. None of this stuff really matters. I guess I'll take this. Someone else can't have it. Another Millipede, I guess. Not going to play that second retrieval. 1 is more than enough. Pointed discussion number 2 it is. Probably not playing it. I think the copy of Scattered Thoughts is going to be better than the second copy of that, but sure. Okay. Well, looks like a pretty sweet deck. The real question is, am I supposed to splash green for this Bramble Worm, or do I just play blue-black? If I just play blue-black, I could, like... So let's see what that looks like. If I did play blue-black, I cut this, I add 3 lands, and that's literally my deck. Yeah, the worm gives me a little bit of top end, which I kind of like, but I don't know that I actually need it. This card's horrible because I didn't get another copy. Is it even worth playing? Probably not. It seems like complete garbage. If I did not play the worm, then I would probably just have to play like another draw spell. Another pointed discussion, maybe. Second aim for the head's debatable. This card's just complete garbage without more to get, though. I'm not willing to play this. I'm not willing to play cards that give me 0 value. I don't want to exploit for 0 value. That's not how you want to play the archetype. It is just like really good top end, which is interesting. But it might just not be worth it. Let's see. Add this, and I'm going to add one more swamp because my 1s and 2s I want to be black typically. And I have 2 Hero's Downfalls, so my black mana is a little more important than my blue. If they're attacking into you on the ground, I think you're in good shape with Doom Dissenters. Yeah, potentially. Potentially. That could be correct. Maybe I play, like, the Undying Malice. A single copy of Malice could be sick. If someone, like, attacks into Doom Dissenter, I can, like, pump it, trade, and then get Dissenter back and the zombie. Obviously it can do a bunch of cool things. It can like rebuy exploit creatures and exploit again. So I guess we'll try a Malice. We'll see how that works. It's possible 17 lands is too many in this deck. We're pretty low on the curve, but I still just I want to hit my land drops up to turn 4 at least. And I'm not trying to get screwed out of games. So I think we're going to try it like this. It's possible instead of the Undying Malice, I'd rather just have another draw spell, but we'll kind of see how this plays out. All right. Let's see if we can finish a draft game. Network error. Unable to join event. Okay. Well, at least we were able to draft. Are you serious, man? This is so stupid. Nice. Can we play sealed, or did they just close down all events? Okay. How about constructed? Are we able to play constructed right now? All right, let's kind of brew up a deck here. An issue is currently disrupting some matches. Okay. All right, let's go look at the mono black deck in standard again. Or was it Kowalski? It's the Kowalski mono black list. That's the one I kind of want to look at and adjust. Did I scroll past it? I might have. No. Did I delete it? There it is. The eye twitch threw me off. All right. This card sucked. This card was also very bad. We're going to replace that now. Should have been playing 4 copies of this anyway. All right. We want to add Sorin to this deck. On our Sorins. And I want to play the Scorpion. I kind of want to play a 3rd copy of these. Okay. This is going to be an interesting deck. I think I want to go... How many lands are we at? 4, 6, plus 19. So 25 lands. 25 lands is probably fine. How much removal do we want to play in our deck? I think we're playing like a little too much right now. So let's go like down here, because I kind of want to play Blood on the Snow in this main deck now at this point, now that we have so many good walkers to buy back. But that remains to be seen. Go down and Eaten Alive. I still want to keep the instant speed kill spells, I think. Oh, I don't know. Let's see here. If he maybe played like 1 less Skyclave Shade, 1 less Lulf, 1 less Fellstinger. It looks something like this. Maybe the 3rd Jadar is garbage, and it should just be the 4th Skyclave Shade. It's probably smarter. If I draw multiple of these, it's so bad. And when I go down a Fellsinger, it looks worse. And try something kind of like this. That's kind of interesting, I guess. Unfortunately, I don't currently have the wild cards for Sorin, which is a little annoying. What if we just try the deck without Sorin and see how it plays just with like the addition of Fellstinger? Because Fellstinger is a really sick card. I guess let's just try that for now. We won't add Sorin yet. We'll see if we can hop into some standard games, and we'll see how this deck plays with just the addition of Fellstinger. So Fellstinger. Let's see. Maybe I do go up a 3rd copy of this just to see how it plays with Fellstinger, kind of just science. And do I want to go back up? I probably just go up another Meathook Massacre again. I could also just main deck a Blood on the Snow. Were the Liliana Dreadhorde Generals bad? Yeah, Liliana was terrible. Liliana was absolutely garbage. I would never play that card again in this deck. It wasn't Dreadhorde General. It was Professor Onyx. Liliana Dreadhorde General would be gas in this deck, but that card's not legal in Standard. So, I were to try this maybe. One innovation that I kind of liked that a buddy of ours was talking about, Old Man Ginge in chat, Justin Crandall, was talking about potentially playing a blue splash for counter spells in the sideboard. And I don't actually hate that at all. So I think I'm going to make an effort to see if we can... The Pest Summoning is such a medium card. We don't need this in our sideboard, honestly. We don't need this in our sideboard very badly either. I like Environmental Sciences. I like Exhibition. The other two are just both kind of whatever. It's tough to find room for more cards, though. We could just play more Duresses, which I'm pretty into. I guess we're just going to try more Duress. Screw this card. And I'm not sold that this card is better than Power Word Kill. I think I'm going to play Power Word Kills instead. And we're going to go up Duresses. I'm going to cut the Breach, too. We're just going to be able to tutor for Sciences and Exhibition and just hope that's good enough. I just really don't think these cards are that good. Duress. We'll see how this deck looks with no Sorens first, and then eventually we'll add Sorens later. Pretty sure I have no Mythics. Yeah, 0 Mythics at the moment. All right, so do that, and then what was I saying? 2 copies of Power Word Kill. Because against the aggro decks, Power Word Kill is just perfect, and Flunk can line up kind of badly. The only thing Power Word Kill doesn't do against the aggro decks is kill the Faceless Havens, but we have Fields, we have Grasps. So I think we'll be okay. Maybe I'm supposed to play like one more Field of Ruin now that I'm not playing more Flunks, but yeah, I don't know. I could see one more Field of Ruin. We'll do this for now. Let's see how this works. Craft all. Gonna want those anyway. All right, let's see if we can play Standard. Let's see if we can play literally anything right now. Literally anything, please. Traditional, Standard, Ranked. Oh my... Ah! Can we do anything? Can we play any Constructed on Arena at all? Any competitive Magic, please. Okay. Well, that's pretty frickin' annoying. I guess what we're going to do for now then is we're just going to kind of sit here and brew decks. It's kind of all we can do. I guess I could go back to my limited set review, but honestly, it's probably more entertaining for everybody if we just sit here and kind of brew some decks. So, let's do that, I guess. What is Yorion going to look like with Welcoming Vampire? That's what I want to know. So let's... Which Yorion do I want to... Let's go to mono white Yorion value. All right. So, this card was awful. This card's just not good and shouldn't be in the deck anyway. If I went down like 1 copy of Ranger of Eos, maybe even 2, 1 copy. Let's see, Welcoming Vampire, and then not collected. Kind of want to play 4 of this card. This card is just straight fire, just absolute gasoline. Maybe down in ECD, although ECD was really impressive in our matches. Maybe I can go down a Ranger. When I have this, I have a lot more card advantage in my deck, so I don't need these as badly. I think I'm going to try that when I go to my next, when I'm able to play. I could craft these now. I'm not going to blow the wild cards on them yet, though, because I'm going to draft this card every time I see it, pretty much. And I assume we can't get in events right now anyway, so I'd rather save my crafts. But I think this is what the next Yorion list I'm going to play is going to look like. Sideboard would look something like this. I guess for now, while we're looking at decks, I'm going to move my webcam. Just kind of over here, I guess. Transition that. Okay. So let's go back over here. Open this. Something like this. The 4th ECD's in here. That card was very good. I think this would... I'm so excited for this Welcoming Vampire. I think this card is going to be straight gasoline in these white value decks. So yeah, let's kind of stop here. Let's let that be unfinished for now. Let's go back over to Monument. It's really going to be good in Monument. A little awkward that it's a 3-drop in Monument. I will give it that. This card was just so bad. Loyal Warhound, not good. Can confirm if anybody was wondering. I don't think this card is actually good either. This was a meme. Okay, so let's throw the Welcoming Vampires in here. I think even though this is a Monument deck, I should still probably be playing Ephemerate, and then, honestly, I don't know if the Angels are even worth it, even though we are a Monument deck, because Yorion is just so broken. This card is just so incredibly ridiculous. It's really just such a stupid frickin' card. But the anthem that this card gives is really nice, so I don't know. Maybe the Monument build still keeps doing this, but either way, I'm going to play Ephemerate. That was like the best card in the Yorion decks, was Ephemerate. And then as far as that goes, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's kind of finish that up. Can we play Magic again yet? Please, God, I want to play Magic. Nope. Okay. All right, well, I guess let's start from scratch with some weird decks. Let's see what Green-White Magecraft would look like. Green-White Magecraft, Standard. Pretty interested in what this looks like. So, can I just type Magecraft into here? I think I can, right? Yeah, all right, 4 of these. 4 of these. Definitely 4 of these. This card's going to be disgusting. All right, and that's pretty much everything with Magecraft. We're not playing this. Plenty of better options. Okay. White, green. Sorceries. This one's very good. This one's very good. That's probably about it in white for sorceries. Let's see if we've got any good green ones. For each creature in your party, it seems pretty bad. Compelled Duel seems awful. Alright, most of this stuff seems terrible. Let's look at instants now. All right, we know this card's like fine, but we might have better options now. This card's very good. I'm probably going to keep playing this. It protects your things from removal as well as giving evasion. Was pretty impressed with this. Okay, let's see what green has to offer. Snakeskin Veil's actually sick. I could completely buy this being good. It's so much better than Beaming Defiance, which is what we got in just mono white. All right, Charge Through is fire. Massive Might is fire. Probably want to play Monk in this deck. Monk of the Open Hand. Definitely want to play less lands than this, so probably playing Clarion Spirit still. This deck may be a little high on the 2-drops. Having 12 2-drop creatures is kind of weak. I don't know that I love that. Yeah, really not sure. Kind of want to play a couple Battlefield Raptors. We don't need to play the full 4, I don't think. But we do want to play a couple copies. I think if it were green-white, it would look something like this. This may be too many 2-drop creatures. Maybe I'm supposed to like go down one of these and up a Raptor just to have more 1-drop dudes. And then the next thing I need to do is like a spell count. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. All right, we have 20 spells, so that's good. And then I'm going to play some spell lands as well. But at the moment, we're only at 18 land deck, so we have to make a few more cuts, I think. Because I want to go 20, 20, 20. 20 creatures, 20 spells, and then 20 lands, with a few of them being spell lands, potentially. What if I do like this? One less, one less. Something like that. And then what would our dual lands look like? I don't even know what the green-white duels in this format look like. Do we have a Snarl? No. Oh, I don't want it to say Battlefield. I just want green-white duels, please. Any green-white duel. What do they look like in this format? We're about to find out. We got Pathway. I know we have Pathway. Probably going to play like 2 of these. None of the rest of it seems worth my time. Okay, Farmland is a very awkward land. Not entering untapped in the first 2 turns is terrible. Pathway is good. Pathway is good. Man, the mana sucks for 2-color aggressive decks in this format. Certainly this deck. Good God. I only have like 1 acceptable dual land, because honestly, Farmland sucks. Like, Farmland is not the dual you want in an aggro deck at all. This mana looks like complete garbage. Matchmaking for new games has been taken offline. No kidding. We noticed that a while ago. Okay. God, this mana base is going to be a joke. It's going to be very bad. But I guess that's just what we're going to have to live with. So we're not going to play many of these. Probably just like 2. I don't want many of that at all. 2 of that, 8 of that. This green is mostly a splash. We're just playing for elite and then some of the pump spells. Very good pump spells, but I don't know, do something like this, I guess. I don't know about this. This deck does not impress me with the mana. The spells are sweet, but I really don't know. Maybe, I guess 12 evasive spells is probably a little weak too. Maybe I don't need to do all that evasion. Maybe I'm supposed to be doing... because these are going to get me through most of the time. I don't know, the wings is so clean. Such a clean, good evasion card, and then it also jumping us is really nice. I wouldn't hate getting some Inscription of Abundance in this deck, but I guess we can put that in the sideboard. Same with Snakeskin Veil. Yeah, I guess I would try it like this. This would be how I would build Green-White Magecraft right now in the main deck, and then sideboard for Snakeskin. That's not where those are supposed to go. Over here, please. For Snakeskin, a couple of inscriptions for sure. Seem pretty good. Let's just do like 2 of them, I guess. A couple Fateful Absence isn't bad either. That's a white card. Put that over here. What else would we want? Potentially want a way to like blow out sweepers, so maybe the 3 mana phase out guy. Guardian isn't terrible. Let's play like 3 of these. What else? What else would we want? Got our sweepers covered, got the targeted removal covered. Oh, we need the package for the Guiding Voice. Sciences. Let's just do, what is it? Lesson. What lessons do we want? One of these, and one of these. I think that probably does it for us. We actually have access to these cards now, which is cool. That were in green, but pretty weak card. I mean, Containment Breach is like okay. I could buy maybe playing a Containment Breach over maybe the Reduce. Some argument for that, but I think it would look something like this. I think this is what I'm gonna leave it as for now, and we'll probably test that at some point later. Some Green-White Magecraft there. Next deck, let's check out Red-White Magecraft. Red-White Magecraft. We stand the yes and energy. Thanks. All right. Red-White Magecraft. Let's look at our mana base first. I want to see if this deck has more reasonable mana. That mana was a god darn train wreck in Green-White. All right. What do we got? What does this do? Unless you control 2 or more. Okay. We have a Snarl, which is good, and then Snarl's awkward. our mana base again is just going to be kind of a train wreck, but we're just going to have to hope it works out, I guess. This is the issue with playing 2-color aggro decks, I suppose. We're going to want our pathway, which is going to be... Where is... Whatever, I'm just going to type in pathway. Red, white. And then we would want mostly plains and then like a mountain, probably. And because the mana is so terrible in this deck, I'm not even going to play the spell lands because we need Snarl to be able to reveal like these. Snarl's gonna be so bad. Holy, it only enters untapped off 8 lands in our deck. God, it's almost not even worth playing. It's just such a joke. Why do the dual lands have to be so terrible for the aggro decks, man? Sheesh. Sheesh. I suppose I could play Snarls instead of these because I could make the Snarls a lot better if I just like play some more basics in my deck. So maybe that's the trick here. Let's go like 9 of these, 3 of these, I guess. It's 11 red sources. Should be pretty good. We're going to do similar stuff with the creatures and think... What? Magecraft. Why? Oh, because I'm on land. I see. 4 of these. This time I'm going to go 4 of these. We don't have the green guy in our deck anymore. What does this do? Whenever you cast insert sorcery... Alright, that doesn't do anything. Cool. Okay. Are there any good red Magecraft cards? No, is the answer. Not at all. Okay. Time to look at our instant and sorceries. Put in our 4 raptors. No, we want 4 of these. No, we want 4 of these. No, we want 4 of these. And we know we want 4 Clarion Spirit as well. Okay. Those. And then we're going to want Wings. Wings was very good. Wings of the Cosmos. There are some interesting red spells, though. Some new ones. Was it this one? No. Make sure we go to not... Okay, we're still on not collected. Maybe it was a sorcery. The one that pumps and draws a card and gives trample. Must be a sorcery. I didn't realize. This. Ancestral Anger. Yeah, this card is sick. This card is why we would play red alone. How does Festival Crasher? Festival Crasher could be a very good threat. Be a very good threat. Kill people really fast. Just +2/+0. It's kind of like a Kiln Fiend, really. Just kind of neat. Just kick in the door. Do much. Yeah, let's try this. This is kind of cool. Which means, again, we're going to need to go down on some of these, I think, and potentially some of these. Because I want, again, to be 20, 20, 20, 20 spells, 20 lands, 20 creatures. Maybe the lifelink spell, the Blessed card would be good. Let's check it out. Let's go back over here. I think Blessed Defiance is going to be our best option. Let's see if we have anything else. Doesn't look like it. I'm going to go ahead and throw Throw those lesson cards in as we see them. Okay. Okay. What's cool about this deck is we can play cards like Shock in the sideboard, which will be good for dealing with like Brutal Cathar and things. A removal spell that actually is good and is an instant, which will trigger Magecraft, which I like. So I don't hate that. I think we have Shock, right? Or Play with Fire, which is basically just Shock. Better Shock, honestly. Just actual better Shock. We'll play 4 of these in the board. Gonna get those lessons in real quick. Just make sure we hit those. I forgot we have Start from Scratch now. 1 damage or destroy an artifact. Is that good? Probably not. It's kind of weak. I think I'd still just rather have Reduced to Memory, Inkling Summoning, and Environmental Sciences. And I forgot to put this one in the last deck, but this is a very good one to have as well. Expanded Anatomy. Alright, Guardian of Faith to protect from sweepers. Probably going to play 4 in this build. If I just see if I was missing anything real quick. Nope. Okay. What other red cards might be interesting? Anything? Shock is certainly, I mean, it's just worse than Play with Fire, but do we just want more? It's possible. Do we get anything else that's kind of sweet? Cinderclasm, dealing to each creature is pretty garbage. Although most of our things will survive this. Normal Alchemist is kind of cool. Run Amok is actually a really sick pump spell too. Run Amok. Do we want to try running amok? I don't know. It's not the worst. Not the worst, or we could just play a couple Beaming Defiances. I think that's what I'm going to go with for now. Beaming Defiance. Just a couple copies. Okay. Got Red-White Magecraft built, if we ever want to play that. Let's kind of look at like what a vampire-themed deck would look like in Standard. Let's real quick go back over and make sure we still can't get back into any of the queues, which I assume we can't. Yep, of course not. Jeez, man. Just want to play some Magic. I will take Limited. I will take Constructed. Just give me some Magic, please. Give me some Magic, please. Well, let's keep brewing. Standard Vampire. And not collected. Alright. Let's see what we've got here. I think this card is, like, really sick. This card's very good. I like this card a lot. Like that one a lot. It sucks we don't really have any good, like, 1-mana vampires. So we can't really hit the curve very well for an aggressive deck. I guess we've got some 1-drop vampires in red. So maybe red black vamps is where you probably want to be if you want to be aggressive. So what would a... It's so awkward. These cards are like so bad. This one at least can pump. God, you want more... Maybe we just like main deck 4 Duress because it's standard and there's a lot of broken nonsense going on. Alright, we'll just play 4 Duress. I don't know, this is probably aggressive, but the way standard is right now, Duress is actually really good. It's just not amazing. It's pretty bad against mono white, but it's good against the other stuff, so whatever, we're just going to main deck 4. I suppose we could also main deck the new uncommon hand hate spell that hits 2 or less and then has cleave. That's actually like pretty good against everything in standard, so maybe that's a more clean card to main deck. Let's actually try that. Cleave. This. Yeah, I mean, this will at least have text against mono white. It's going to have text against every deck in standard, which I like. So we're going to try that, I suppose. Back to Vampire. Would probably play 4 of this. This card's kind of sick. Very aggressive. Good at beating people down. Null Priest of Oblivion is a pretty sick late game vamp. I don't hate this either. It's probably it for the 2s. Although I am ignoring red 2-drops right now, so let's kind of go look at those. What does this one do? Plus exile target. Okay. This card's kind of disgusting too. Might be better than Null Priest of Oblivion in an aggressive deck, honestly. Let's try that. How do those look? Card be a very good like sideboard card, maybe. Could buy that. Put a couple in the sideboard for now. Just kind of messing around here, seeing what this all would look like. All right, where are our multicolored vampires? This one's disgusting. This one's completely disgusting. There's like no way we wouldn't want to play this. Florian is ridiculous. Florian is completely nuts. I think I'd want to play 3. Predator's probably very good too. Let's see. Do we hit the party type? Not really. Well, Wizard was a party type. Warrior's a party type. Maybe this card's actually okay. Maybe we can play a couple of these. We can actually... This can be a 4-mana idiot in this deck, but it's typically... I would play this card at 5 mana, honestly. I'll play a couple copies, whatever. Maybe that makes Adversary less appealing then, and we should be playing... Oh, this is a Noble anyway. I guess this gives our opponent blockers, so maybe this one's worse than the others. It's a little awkward, though. That one had the type. That one had the party type for this, so maybe we do need to play it because it has the party type. Because I do kind of want to try this card out. It's a pretty nasty one. This deck would probably play Sorin, too, I'd imagine. Sorin seems pretty nice. Is Hungry for More any good? No, probably not. Is this card any good? Vampire. No, not specifically. Alright, let's go back to the other vampire that we were looking at. Why is this? Alright. So this having the cleric creature type actually makes me kind of want to play it. And this having the warrior type makes me want to play it for these. Excuse me. This being a rogue isn't worthless either, but it's probably just going to be really hard to turn that on. Is this card any good? It's like okay, but it's pretty glacial. Pretty glacial in standard. Probably need to play like some amount of removal. No removal is probably psychotic. It's a warlock. I don't know. Warrior. Creature an opponent controls dies. I guess this is probably the best one, just for the party type for this. I kind of want to play a third copy of this now. We're getting to a point where I'm starting to care enough about party where I want to hit this card, and I feel like I can hit this card on turn 4 fairly often. And it's going to be very, very good on turn 4. Probably try something like this, I guess, and then play some removal in this deck. Question is, what removal would we want to play? Abrade might be pretty good. Abrade's interesting, although it doesn't kill Smoldering Egg, so that's probably an issue. Maybe I want like a couple copies of Bloodchief's Thirst. And like a couple copies of Hero's Downfall or something. A couple of this. Red Black Vamps looks pretty solid. Okay. Then we would obviously have to adjust the mana base here. Let's go do that, I guess. What do we have for duels here? This is fine, and we don't have a Snarl in these colors. Of course we don't. Okay. Something like this seems okay, I guess. Not even sure if Predator's good. Predator might just be terrible. Maybe Predator should just be Sorin. Sorin gives us more card advantage, which is kind of cool. Gives us a little bit of lifelink. I don't know though. Predator is a pretty sweet card. We'll try it like this. See how this looks. Ambusher could be pretty cool if we play against like creature matchups. It'll be strong. We're gonna want 4 copies of Duress. Probably a bunch of Go Blanks as well. Just like 3 Duress. We already have Dreadfuge, which will be like okay. Go blank. I'm just gonna play 4 of this. This card's like so insanely good in standard right now. I guess I would sideboard Sorin. Sorin would be a really sick, like, grindy card to board in against people. Wouldn't hate that at all. I'm gonna want some more removal, definitely. Probably a couple power word kills and maybe a flunk. See how that looks. Sorin's, yeah, looks kind of cool to me. So that would, I guess, be what Red Black Vamps would look like. How about... Can we play again? Can we play again? Man. Man, oh man. Can we do anything? Can we play standard? Oh, Ah, just can't do anything. Okay. Let's see. Let's look at let's look at Historic Mono Black Devotion. Did that deck get anything new that's worthwhile? It's always a fun one of my personal favorites. And I almost wonder if we're supposed to splash in Historic now because we have so many good dual lands. Yeah, this is not going to be mono black. This is going to be like white black, I think. I think white black gives us the cleanest answers to things. We get to play Rest in Peace, which is fire. We get a lot of very good hate cards. You can play Vanishing Verse, which deals with everything. Yeah, I'm pretty into that. So let's change the deck name here. I'm just gonna call it, I guess, White Black Devotion. Okay. Let's see here. So, Crypt Breaker seems like probably a pretty good one drop. Can give us some card advantage, so I don't hate it. It's definitely a card I'd be willing to play. Not bad, not bad. Fatal Push, don't hate a couple copies of this. Thoughtseize, we're definitely going to play Seize. Going to play Arena, Phyrexian Arena. Going to play Gray Merchant. Okay, I like that. The real question is Crypt Breaker actually going to be worth our time? Maybe. Gifted Aetherborn. It's always a pretty okay one to play in these decks. Murderous Rider. Like that one as well. I actually think Sorin would be pretty sick in this deck. Let's try some Sorins. Not collected. Let's play like 3. 3, maybe even 4. Screw it. Let's play 4. Okay, then we're gonna need to. Those are my ideas for the black cards that I certainly think I want to play. Crypt Breaker's a maybe. Crypt Breaker, I'm not sold. But let's kind of look at some stuff here. Black, white. All right. And red-black is interesting too because of Caligon's Command, but I think we're going to want Rest in Peace out of the sideboard for some of the degenerate graveyard crap that's going on. But Caligon's Command is a very interesting card. Being able to like buy back Gray Merchants is fire. Probably not going to want to play most of this stuff. Vanishing Verse is a card that I wouldn't hate main decking a couple copies of. Gives me an answer to Trail, as well as just an answer to a bunch of other stuff. Being able to answer this, like, yeah, we're gonna put a couple Vanishing Verse in our deck immediately. Seems very nice. Okay, not awful. Meathook Massacre could be kind of a 6 sweeper because it counts to Devotion. I don't completely hate that. Honestly, between Arena and Sorin, we have enough card advantage, so I'm just not going to play this. I don't think Crypt Breaker's actually good here. Thoughtseizes I obviously like. Maybe like one more copy of Fatal Push, one more copy of Vanishing Verse I could buy. I feel like it's a pretty reasonable card in Historic. Just in general, it's a pretty good card. Alright, let's specifically look at black cards. Am I missing anything that we should be playing in black? Some people play this card. I don't think it's actually good. Inquisition is like a pretty sick card. I could see playing a couple copies of this easily. Don't hate that at all. Is any of this any good? Probably not. Probably not any of this. This card would be funny. I don't think it's good, but it's comical. None of that. None of this is very exciting at all. Brain Maggot is kind of interesting. Probably terrible, but it's at least interesting. None of this looks particularly good. Legion's End, I'll definitely want a couple copies of those in the board for like auras. Always want to play some number of those. This card's kind of cool. Being able to like reanimate Gray Merchant is sweet. Something to kind of keep in mind. If I wanted to be a little more aggressive, this card could be kind of neat. The Elder Spell. This card actually has fairly relevant text in Historic because it eats Phoenix and it eats the stupid spell that people buy back. So I'm going to play a couple copies of these. Valky would be a pretty neat one if we decided to splash red instead of white. Is the Elder Spell any good? It could be pretty hilarious out of the sideboard, but I don't know that we want it. But it's. I mean, we could just like nuke a Teferi and then ultimate a Sorin in some positions, which is pretty funny. I'll put like one copy in the sideboard. I could buy this being at least playable. Excuse me. This card's like okay. Probably not very good though. Davriel's kind of interesting. Probably not good, but interesting nonetheless. I'm just going to put 4 of these in my sideboard right now. This card is unbelievable. At least 3. I want at least 3. I probably want 4, though. Card is just so good. Card's also interesting, probably bad. Morbid Opportunist is a pretty cool card, too. Don't hate that. kind of neat. Okay. Probably bad. Let's see. Not seeing anything like super crazy exciting. Davriel's kind of a cool card too. Probably not as good as Sorin, but a cool card. This Erebos kind of sucks. The other Erebos would be gas, but that is not an option we have. And Tumor Exarch isn't terrible. Gonti's legal in this format now, right? That would actually be a sick card. There it is. Yeah, got a couple of them. A couple Gontis. Not having a sweeper in the main deck is kind of weird, but maybe I don't care. Maybe I don't want sweepers in the main and I play sweepers post-board. Meat Hook Massacre seems like the most reasonable one if I were to play a sweeper. I'm going to put a couple of these in. I may play them, I may not. Liliana's kind of cool too. Another very reasonable 4-drop. Walker. Just 4-drop play in general. But probably going to want to end up cutting a spell. One of my spells should go for another land. I think I'm going to cut the ink. I think I'd rather have the 3rd copy of Fatal Push, and I'll play 25 lands. I think this would be like a fine main deck right here. This does not look bad to me. Vanishing Verse is just such a good card in Historic. Hitting Trail of Crumbs and hitting Arclight Phoenix seems really, really good. Maybe I'm even supposed to play 4 of it, honestly. The big downside to it is it obviously it does miss in some spots. So I would definitely board a couple copies of Languish. At least 2, maybe even 3 copies. Let's put 3 in there. This card's kind of sick. Other creatures get -1/-1. Literally doesn't kill anything in my deck. So this could be a pretty sick sideboard card, no question about that. Liliana's kind of interesting. I could buy Liliana. Do you have any Duresses in here yet? I didn't put Duress in here. I feel like Duress should definitely be in the sideboard. Like I said, I like Rest in Peace. I feel like Rest in Peace does really good work. Let's get off black cards. A couple Rest in Pieces. You know, maybe the White Splash isn't worth it, but Vanishing Verse just seems really, really good. And our mana is just going to be insane in this format. We just have infinite duels with all the new lands and things. Let's look at what our mana base would look like. I mean, it's going to be mostly dual lands, which is awesome. Like, we're probably not even going to have to play a basic plains at all. We could play Fabled Passage, but I don't think we want to. Let's just kind of go to lands. Go to black and white. And get rid of that. And scroll over. Thank you to those of you still hanging out in the stream. We are unable to join the competitive queues right now on Arena because so many people were trying to play it, so they took it down for maintenance. If you're enjoying the content today, feel free to give my team, Swish Gaming, a like on YouTube, Swish Gaming. The Swish Gaming on Twitter, The Swish Gaming on Twitch, and Swish Gaming on Facebook. Right now I'm kind of just brewing some decks. Brewing some historic and standard decks while we sit here and kind of twiddle our thumbs waiting for Arena. These seem sweet. Do I want to play Temples? Probably not. Probably just want to play mostly untapped lands. So, got those. Chapels are probably good enough as long as we don't go too crazy. Am I on the not collected? I am on not collected. Is there not a black-white land that... There definitely is. I literally have it in my limited pool. Where is it? Am I just missing it? Oh, it's this. Yeah, this card's crazy good. This is just a way better Isolated Chapel for the most part. We might play Isolated Chapel too, but we probably just don't have to do that. The question is Isolated Chapel better than Snarl? And it probably is. So if I play 4 of these, they still trigger off the shrines, so they're going to miss off themselves. They miss here and they miss off Pathway. Yeah, that's probably just terrible. Probably not even worth it at that point to play those. I already have 12 dual lands. That's not bad by any means. I guess I could play Fabled Passages and a single copy of Plains. I don't hate that. Let's try that. And then 4 more swamps. Should be pretty good. Okay. I kind of want my deck to have 1 more land in it, to be honest. 25 may be a little low. Very slightly low. It's close, though. This deck's just going to want to hit its lands all the time, so I feel like it should probably be a 26-lander. Probably, maybe trim a Gonti. Probably cut this silly Elder Spell and just play another Gonti in the board. Because I like Gonti a lot, but it's probably worse than just another land. So this looks pretty sweet, honestly. This could be a pretty fun deck right here. We'll have to see how good Tymaret is, but I have a hunch that Tymaret's going to be pretty cool. Very good against Arclight Phoenix. Just eat the birds, gain the life. It's kind of hard for them to take it down. It's going to have a fair amount of toughness, and I guess not on turn 2 it won't, but in the mid to late game it'll have a lot of toughness, so it'll be fine to play it on like turn 4 and just be able to activate it immediately. Yeah, okay. Apparently the deck name is too big. That's funny. Alright, let's see if we can hop back into any sort of constructed action here. Sealed. Can we keep going? Nope. Man, maintenance is taking quite some time, Arena. Quite some time. Alright. Well, back to Brew City, I guess. Actually, I went back to standard with this. Let's just discard changes. Fitted standard. What kind of like sacrifice deck could we make in standard? I probably want to play all this. Is this any good? Could be. Could be fine. Mm. Gassed. Twitch. I Twitch, Shambling, Gassed. Hmm. This deck just probably looks a lot better in Historic, huh? I think we want to make this a Historic deck. I'm already kind of off what it's going to look like here, but we can do some cool stuff in Historic with this. What if we play like a Lurrus discard-based sacrifice deck? I think we can do some sweet stuff here. So let's do like, honestly, Shambling Ghast is kind of sick. Haunted Witness. Just things that give us good value off dying. Martyr of Sands would not be terrible. Let's do some discard effects, though. I think that's kind of what I'm on. Try and make our opponents discard stuff. Discards a card at random when this dies, so that's pretty disgusting. Expert's pretty good. Rat's pretty good. This is fine. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of this effect. It's kind of cool. Main deck some Go Blanks. Can't play permanents that are that much mana. We can play Waste Not, though. Can definitely play some Waste Not. Could play Kroxa, too. If we ended up just not playing Hunted Witness, we could be a Kroxa deck. Probably like that, actually. Thoughtseize. Inquisition. Like 2 of those. Kroxa. Maybe don't want to play this. This card sucks. If we did just like a slightly different take on the black, the heck is Arcanist? There it is. Just did a slightly different take on like the red black deck. Dreadhorde Arcanist seems sick. We can flashback our Thoughtseizes and things. Is this enough for the 2-mana discard? It probably is. Probably want some kill spells. A couple Fatal Push seems probably strong. 3 or 4 of those. Probably just 4. Maybe like 3 and then a copy of like Bloodchief's Thirst. I could play stuff like Stitcher's Supplier to fill up my yard, but I don't know if that's what this deck is trying to do. And then at that point, would I want to play Claim Fame? Claim Fame, I guess, is pretty sick with all these discard idiots. Just make my opponent just discard their hand. Another question is, do I want to play Waste Not in this deck? Because Waste Not or Tiny Bones. Do I not have Waste Nots? Maybe I don't. I guess not. Discards a creature card. I don't know. This card can suck. So I'm not sad if I don't end up playing this card. But if we're really trying to go all in on the 8 rack strategy, it would be kind of cool. But maybe that's not what we're trying to do. Okay. I'm going to play the suppliers. I'm going to just play less of this effect, I suppose. Acquisitions Expert is better than Rat. Go Blank, there's probably too many copies, especially in the main deck. Let's do like 1 copy in the main deck. I want to play a couple Claim Fame. Probably 3. Okay, and then probably play maybe a couple Rats. A card like Valky wouldn't be horrible either. It gives me like a really good like top end thing. I think I'd rather just be making my opponent discard though. So if that's the case, just 2 more Rats. I think Rat or Fenlurker. Is Fenlurker better than Rat? It's harder to cast, but it's a much better effect because it exiles. I think we can make this card work. It should be a 2 of though. Yeah, something kind of like this maybe. Something kind of like this. Call this red black Lurrus Rack. Yeah, seems fine to me. All right, let's get some more Go Blanks for the board. Witch's Vengeance for sure. Kill all those humans. I think I'm just going to literally play 4 copies of this. Probably a couple copies of Duress. I think 3 of those. I want to play some Young Pyros, probably. Young Pyromancer seems pretty legit. And then a couple more 1-mana removal spells, I think. Just 1 more push. And probably 1 more Thirst. Yeah. And then let's adjust our mana. Okay. What duels do we get over here? This is a deck where I'm going to like playing the Manlands. Blood Crypt, obviously very good. Pathway, very good. No questions there. It's going to be great here. Okay, so 12 red-black duels. At least. Which is nice. Do I want to play stuff like Fabled Passage? Probably not. I'm a little low on the land count to do that kind of stuff. Um, I'll play a couple copies of the Manlands for sure. So like one den and one hive at least, maybe even two hives. I kind of like. That's a little greedy. Let's just do one. One of each. One of each. Hello to our new viewers. Thanks so much for joining. We're still waiting on Arena at the moment to let us actually play some Constructed. So we're just kind of screwing around and brewing some decks. Can I get away with some number of Dragon Skull summits? Maybe I could maybe play like 2. I certainly can't play 4. I probably just can't play any at all, honestly. Probably just supposed to play basics from this point. Red's a pretty light splash other than the Kroxa buyback. So I actually could see a 1 of Tower. Tower seems kind of sick with all the things that I just want to put in my graveyard anyway. I am going to play a 1 of Tower here. Just 1. I'm not trying to draw multiple, but it seems pretty good to me. Potential 13 red sources. So I think I'm going to play like 1 mountain. It's going to be the worst land in the deck by a huge margin. Tower could end up being awkward as well, but mountain is going to be egregious. But 1 copy, I think I can stomach. I think I'd rather play 1 copy of mountain than 1 copy of Dragon Skull Summit. Although 1 copy of Summit, 4 hits here and then 8 basics. Only 12 lands have it come into play untapped. It's kind of awkward. I think it's just better to play basic mountain. I'm not in love with basic mountain. Like I said, it makes me pretty upset. This is kind of a cool mountain. Let's do that. And then we'll play swamps from here. 8 of those. Sideboard I like. Companion needs to be Lurrus. Is that just in the sideboard right now or what? Oh, I never set. Okay. Where's Lurrus? Where is Lurrus? Did I already... What is going on? What? Okay. Okay, and then get the the Lurrus out of my sideboard. That should have been the companion. Okay, nice. Kind of do that, I guess. Jeez, dude. How long is this going to take? How long does it take to fix your program, Arena? I just want to play. I just want to play. Can we play Constructed? Can we do literally anything? Nope. How about Historic? The deck I just made seems very cool. I kind of want to play that. But where is it? Can't remember what I even named that one. Where did that deck go? Did I not? There it is. There it is. It's just a... I see. Let's change that picture so it's less confusing. Alright. Can we play Historic? Nope, we just literally cannot play anything. Nothing. Okay. Alright, let's go back to our Wolves deck from the Spooky stream and see how that deck changes now with the new cards that exist. Wolf. Okay. This card's kind of cool. Very cool werewolf. This is also a very cool werewolf. Or wolf. I like that it's a 1-drop too. This card was like awful, honestly, when we played the deck, so that should just go. Celestis was pretty good though. Any crazy new playable wolves? This one is insane. Kind of want to play this. So what if I actually like didn't screw around and tried making a legitimate like ramp into these big huge idiot werewolves with like counter spells and maybe memory deluge. All right, let's try and build like a legitimate, not silly all werewolf type deck. Like let's play a Seeka's Chariot. Let's play like good cards and see if we can come up with something sick. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna throw that one in the trash. This wolves deck, or I could just change it to blue-green. I guess we can just work from here and make it blue-green. I don't even know why I really changed things. But, all right, let's do this. I'm going to leave a couple copies of Celestis. I think that card could be good. I think I want to be blue-green with this deck. But maybe I'm wrong. Ranger class is fire. This card, This card is pretty bad, but maybe we'll keep it. We'll see. This card is good, but is it good in a ramp deck? Do I want to play this like if I'm trying to ramp? I don't think I do. Maybe I do. We'll figure that out later. This card's questionable. I'm going to leave it in for now. I think I want a 3rd copy of Celestis. I'm pretty impressed with this card, with the day-night mechanic as a whole. This card would be kind of interesting. All right, but if we did just green-blue, let's get off red. Let's go to blue as well. Although, let's just look at green right now. So, I know I'm going to want the dude that makes a treasure. The 2-drop that makes a treasure sounds very good. Do we want Lotus Cobra? Lotus Cobra is probably just like way better than this, but this is not way better. It's different, but okay. What does this do? That's kind of cool. This could be very interesting with like werewolves. Seeka's Chariot. Yes, please. I'm going to play 4 of that. Going to play 4 of that. I need the 2-drop that makes a treasure. There it is. Prosperous Innkeeper. Going to play 4 of those. I think we're going to play... This card was really good. I like this card a lot. Briarbridge Tracker was nice when we were playing Bant. I'm just going to get all these lands out of here for now. This is just confusing me at this point. All right. I kind of want to play a 3rd copy of this. This is going to be a big point of the deck. And then we're going to play that new Mythic Werewolf. Just a completely absurdly ridiculous card. Where are we at? Would you maybe want to play Wrenn and 7? Yeah, probably. Probably would play... Would take an offline... The whole system? Come on, Arena. Unbelievable, dude. Not only can we not hop in a constructed queue, they're not even going to let me sit here and brew decks. God. What are they doing to me? Making me a sad man. That's what they're doing, I guess. For now, we're going to cut this, because we kind of want to be a ramp deck. That's kind of the dedication here. Even though, obviously, Ranger class is an insanely good card, I don't know that's what we want to do here. Do we want to be storming the festival? Storming the Festival could be kind of neat. This card's hilarious with with the new werewolf. If you flip it, you put 4 counters on every creature you control. Definitely win more, but pretty funny. Let's make sure we do not collected. Should have done that from the beginning. Do I just want to play Lotus Cobra in this deck too? Just all the 2-mana ramp things? Maybe. It's an option. I also, it is cool that Lotus Cobra can add blue, although I think blue is just going to be for counter magic. I'm not sure if we want it in the main or side yet. Where is the new werewolf? There it is. This card is so stupid. Such a stupid card. All right, we got a lot of 6-drops. I think I'd play a 3rd Wrenn and 7 here too, honestly. Just going to try and be a big deck. All right, so if we're playing... Maybe we are playing some blue to interact. Green isn't the best at interacting. So blue, I can play stuff like Fading Hope. Fading Hope actually seems all right. Not terrible. Fading Hope, maybe Memory Deluge is like a thing we can do. I'm going to play 3 copies, just really try and screw up those aggressive decks, slow them down. Guess what might be better than Deluge in this deck, because it's only a single copy of blue, is the Behold the Multiverse. Kind of an interesting thing to consider as well. We got 7 lands, so far we've got we've got room for like 9 more cards here. Maybe a few more than that. 8, 11, 14, 18, 22, plus 8, 30. There's less than that. We got room for like 5 more cards. And I feel like we need some early game. Maybe I play a couple Lotus Cobras, just more stuff to ramp. Is there another like really good 4-drop I can play that isn't a draw spell? Just like good valuable 4. I would have loved Arlen. But, I don't know, maybe we don't play blue. Maybe we're still just a red deck. Maybe we just say screw it and still play red. Like 3 of those. Because making all the bodies is going to be really, really disgusting with Caretaker. I could also play the ramp spell in this slot, the new 4-mana ramp spell that looks to the top 7 and can put 2 lands into play. That's interesting to me as well. I don't know, whatever. We'll try this, and then we'll just play red removal, I guess. So still copies of Thundering Rebuke seem good. I feel like I have too much ramp now. Maybe a little too much ramp. It's awkward that this doesn't bridge me from 2 to 4, but the thing that's so good about this card is being able to control night and day with Howlhenge Huntmaster is just going to be so stupid. Just every time I want it to be, it's going to be night, so my entire board's going to have hexproof and get 2+1 counters. Yeah, it just seems like way too good to pass up. Whatever. We're not gonna play the Cobras. Screw them. These count as land drops too, but in this deck I'm gonna kind of more count them as spells that can just also be lands. I expect this to just be a 1/1 that adds mana more often than not. That's kind of how we want to do it. I guess I don't need to play Briarbridge Tracker. Maybe this card's bad in this deck. I mean, the card's good, but maybe I'm supposed to play less. Maybe I'm playing a little too many Wrens. One thing's for sure, I want to play Rebuke. Thundering Rebuke deals with Smoldering Egg, deals with pretty much all the white idiots in the format, so happy with this. The real question is, do we want to play this? This card is very good, so... But... Alright, what if we don't play that? What if we play, like, another Celestis? Just really try ramping in the early game. Like, that's going to be the game plan of this deck. Ramp early, and then dominate your opponent with absurdly ridiculous powerful cards in the late game. One issue with this is I don't really know how we're going to beat Epiphany. Epiphany is going to be a problem. All right. Yep. All right, whatever. We're still in Arena. We've beaten the maintenance for now. So we're just going to keep screwing around with this deck until they actually kick me off the client. And I could click home and try seeing if events are firing again, but I'm assuming that's not how that'll work. And if I click this, it's just going to do this spinning circle, and I'm never going to get out of it. So out of fear of that happening, I'm not going to do that. I don't know, though. Maybe we can get under Epiphany. And I guess because I'm playing the Celestis and Innkeeper, I could always board counterspells even in a green-red deck. And maybe that'll be my game plan. Maybe I just board some counterspells in green-red. So right now this would be a 27-land deck with 4 Florahedrons. That's probably absurdly ridiculous. I probably want to play a couple, like, Play with Fires or something. I don't hate that. I could also play the 2-drop that when it attacks, ramps. Now that I'm certain I'm on red again. But honestly, I'd rather just tap my things and not have to attack. So this is probably just better than that card. I'm going to play a couple Play with Fires. I don't want to die to these aggressive decks. Play with Fire is pretty garbage against mono green, though. So maybe it's supposed to be just another 2 mana, 3 damage spell. This card just doesn't do literal anything against mono green. And maybe that's so bad that I should just not play it. Alright, I think I changed my tune. We're going to play more 2 mana removal to be good against green. I guess I could play Frostbite and then play Snow. Snow basics. It's not going to work great with the dual lands, but, like, honestly, 1 mana removal is just so much better than 2 mana removal against, like, white that it might be worth a try. I think I'm going to try that. I'm going to play 1 Lair, I'm going to play 1 Den, and then we're going to play Pathways. We're going to play the other dual. Green-red, land. I don't want Pathway, though. What is the name of the other dual? I forget. Veil. Rockfall Veil, please. Okay. There's kind of the duals for us. Definitely going to need some mountains here. Five of them seems like okay, but they need to be snow basics. Right. I want to do the snow stuff. Am I willing to play the snow duel? Maybe I am, honestly. A tap land early isn't going to be bad for me. A tap land late's kind of trash, but a tap land on turn 1 is great in this deck. It'll be punishing late, but I don't know. I'm going to try it. We're playing snow anyway, so let's see if we can make that work. Not hugely against it. Just 2, maybe 3 copies. I'd kind of like to see 1 copy on turn 1 every game. And yeah, that would be about it for that. And then I guess I could also not play these and then play Faceless Haven, which is Well, you know what? Screw it. Screw it. Let's get some more snowlands now that I've decided that I want to play the deck in this manner. I'm going to play a 4th copy. All right. And then we're just going to play some snow basics. Snow mountains, like 5. Snow forests, like 6. Looks pretty good to me. Try something like that in the main deck, I think. And then, so how many lands is this? 11, 15, 19, 23, 25. 25 lands, and then it's kind of like 29 lands, but I would like these to be spells if they can be. But we're going to try something like this, I think. This deck might be a little too big on just how many like bombs it plays, but we're going to find out. As far as our sideboard goes here, Play with Fire is now just going to be Frostbite. Frostbite. Not a land. It's a spell. Okay, let's do that. Snakeskin Veil. I don't really need Snakeskin Veil at all anymore. My creatures are just so big and beefy that... I mean, I guess it's good at, like, protecting Chariot from nonsense, so maybe it's okay, but I don't know. It seems kind of weak. I kind of just want to be even more in on, like, the Toski plan now. We go really wide with this deck anyway, and we ramp, so that seems pretty good. I don't think these Snakeskin Veils are really going to do anything, honestly. Burning Hands. Yeah, these are, like, fine. I'm going to play 2 of them. I'm going to go up a Toski. Up a Toski. We're going to play 3 of those on the board. A couple Cinderclasm, couple Burning Hands. All right, what are some very problematic early threats that I can play against Control? Is it just the 3/3, the 2-mana 3/3 Wolf? Could be Ranger Class. Ranger Class isn't bad either. All right, let's see what we can... See if there are any just like very, very annoying threats. So I think I would like a 2-mana, very strong play against Control. Sculptor of Winter's actually maybe a real card now too, that I have all this snow stuff going on. It'd be good Frostbite as well. So that's kind of something to consider. Oh, you know what? No, I actually want counter spells. I just want to play a bunch of counter spells in my sideboard. I think I'm just going to play 2-stroke. What do we have in here? The Outland Liberators? Screw these. I'm just going to play 6 counter spells. I'm going to play 2 Test, 2-stroke, 2 Negate. And that's a little... The Celestus adds blue. This can add blue. God, this makes the snow thing more awkward because now I just want to play free pathways that can produce blue. So maybe Frostbite's not going to work. Frostbite is probably not going to work because I'm almost certain that I want to do that. Although, one thing I could do, I could like not play Wrenn and 7 and play Goldspan Dragon instead. And then, because Goldspan's really good obviously anyway. And then that will allow me to have blue mana. This is probably a better card anyway, to be completely honest, than Wrenn and 7. Do you want to play 4 of it? Maybe. ramps us really well, which is nice. Is this snow thing just ridiculous? It probably is. All right, let's not do the snow stuff. I'm off it. So let's get rid of these. Now that I have this in my deck, though, I'm way more willing to play the Dragon 2 damage removal spell, which I guess is just what we're going to do. Fire. Dragon's Fire. Okay. Card looks much better when you play dragons, turns out. Yeah. 5 more lands to put in right now. 11, 19, 5 more lands. These don't need to be snow anymore. Do I get punished for them being snow? Not really. But I guess I could like keep them as snow and just have frostbites in my sideboard, and just if I randomly get paid off with snow, I randomly get paid off with snow. This card is still just probably better. Like, Play with Fire is awful. Play with Fire is never killing any of the green creatures. I suppose I could also just make this more copies of, like, Burning Hands, but that's, like, so medium against white. I really don't know. I don't know. All right, let's look at some pathways. Blue, red, blue, green. They're effectively just more copies of forests and more copies of mountains in this deck. Now it's 12 plus 4 is 16 plus 6, 22. I'm going to go down to 3 of those and play 25 lands. Do I want them to be snow? I don't really care if there's snow or not snow. I don't think it's relevant. One more forest. Yeah. All right, and this is going to let me play the blue package out of the sideboard. 25 lands. Looks pretty reasonable to me. All right. The deck is lacking in 2-mana, like 2-mana pressure, which is a little concerning. Maybe I play a couple 2-mana threats on the board still. Maybe the third Toski is nonsense just because my deck is just infinity good 4s anyway. Just all fine 4-drops. So let's cut that. Let's play 2 test, 2 negate, 2 stroke. 2. 2. 2. And then I think I'm trying to think what the best 2-mana threat is. Is it just Ranger class? It might just be Ranger class. It probably is just Ranger class. So let's just have 3 of those in the sideboard. Just have a really nice transformational board here against blue-red. Just bring in a bunch of counter spells. Probably cut a lot of our big stuff. At least 2 copies of the 6-drops. Probably like 2. Yeah, 2 copies of 6-drops. We can cut some of the ramp. Yeah, I don't know, something like that. But yeah, this deck looks kind of cool. Just need a couple caretakers to make this happen. That could be legit. Can we play Magic yet? Please. Please. Sealed. All right, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to close it down, and we're going to try refiring it back up. And if that doesn't work, I'll probably just, I guess, go back into that set review. We'll try finishing that up in the next hour and 20 minutes because it doesn't look like we're going to get to play Magic for the rest of the day with what they're doing right now. Kind of annoying, to say the least. Kind of annoying. Yeah, it probably did. Timeout. Yeah, of course. Yep, whatever. All right. Well, no biggie. We can finish up this set review, I suppose. We've still got a little more we can do. So let's just do that. And I'll come back. You never play on the first day? That's fair. Yeah. I guess I'll learn my lesson. This is really the first time I was like super excited to do it. I have played on the first day before and it hasn't been this bad, but whatever. Let's look at Mold Graph Millipede. Insect Horror green for generic. Insect Horror 2/2. When Moldgraph Millipede enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards, then put a +1/+1 counter on Moldgraph Millipede for each creature card in your graveyard. I think this card's like pretty strong. I was pretty interested in playing it even in our blue-black deck when we thought about splashing green. I think this is a solid 7.0. It's a very reasonable common. I could see this card being a 5 mana, like 7/7, a fair amount of the time. If you end up getting Mulch, which is the next card we're going to talk about, a few copies of Mulch, a few copies of Millipedes, this thing is going to be huge. And so the potential to be huge is really sweet. It feeds itself with the Mill 3, obviously, but then it just checks for every creature that is in the graveyard. So I think this card's pretty strong. I would take it fairly highly if I'm a green Graveyard Matters deck or want to go into like a green Graveyard Matters deck. I think it's 7.0 in limited. Constructed, we're going to just give this a 0. Don't play this. Just absolutely don't play this. I'll be nice and give it a 1.0 because it has the like graveyard stuff going on if you really want to do some crazy graveyard deck, but don't play this. Come on. All right, on to Mulch. Green, generic, sorcery. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put all land cards revealed this way into your hand and the rest in your graveyard. If there ends up being a Reanimator deck in Standard, this is going to be a huge part of it. This card was a huge tool for Reanimator decks back in the day, back in the first Innistrad. There was a really sweet Unburial Rites deck that played Mulch to just bin all the spells and then hit its land drops. It's like a perfect card because that's all the decks want to do. They want to hit their land drops and just bin everything else. So Mulch is really good at setting up. And honestly, this card's going to be probably like okay and limited as well. If you just want to hit your land drops and bin spells, then I guess this is the card for you. So in limited, I'll give it a 5.0, just a very generic common. But in Constructed, I'm going to give this card like a 7.0 in Constructed. Cards existing like this in Constructed are really sweet because they can set up the Reanimator mechanic so well. And honestly, this could be a really good tool in Historic. Maybe a Reanimator archetype would be interested in Mulch in Historic. But that's a little awkward because right now the Reanimator deck in Historic is typically Mardu. But maybe they'll figure something out with Mulch. I don't know. I think it's a really good card in Constructed, though. I'm going to give it a 7.0 in Constructed, 5.0 in Limited. Nature's Embrace, 2 generic green. Aura. Enchant creature or land as long as enchanted permanent is a creature. It gets +2/+2. And as long as enchanted permanent is a land, it has add 2 mana of any one color. Well, I'll give it this. It's better than this effect usually is. It's better than just being able to attach to a land and tap for 2 mana. I still don't think this card is very good, but it's got some utility. I'll give it a 4.5. I think this is a little below average common. I'm probably never going to be happy to play this card in my deck, but there will be times where I will play it if I absolutely have to, especially if I'm splashing a bomb rare in another color and I'm green. Then maybe I'd play it, but overall... overall steer clear of this. And then in Constructed, this is just complete garbage. In Constructed, 1.0 and that's being generous. 4.5 limited, 1.0 Constructed. Oak Shade Stalker, 2 generic, and a green. Human, Ranger, Werewolf, 3/3. You may cast the spell as loaded as Flash if you pay 2 more to cast it. So you can pay 5 mana to make it a 3/3 Flash. Then it has Daybound. Nightbound, it's a 6/3. I mean, this card's whatever. It's a 3 mana 3/3, which is cool. Being able to flash it is kind of cool. It's especially cool if you're in the werewolf archetype and you want to pass turn and then flash this in as a 6/3 at night. So it's a fine card. I mean, it's definitely better than a typical 3 mana 3/3, and a 3 mana 3/3 is already a fine rate. So I'm not gonna say this card's terrible. I'm gonna give it like a 6.5. I think it's worse than a fair amount of the commons we've talked about. But I think it's a fine uncommon. It's definitely better than a lot of the common werewolves, which, I mean, in red is almost saying nothing. Those are just completely awful creatures. But it's a fine card. 6.5 limited. Constructed, it's pretty bad. I mean, I'll give it like a 2.0 in constructed. It's a 3/3 for 3. It has werewolf, and it can do flashy stuff, I guess. So it's got some amount of use, but there are just so many better things to be doing. I can't imagine this really seeing play in constructed. But, yeah. Pack Song Pup, 2 mana, 1/1, wolf. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control another wolf or werewolf, put a +1/+1 counter on Pack Song Pup. When Pack Song Pup dies, you gain life equal to its power. This card's ridiculous. It's basically just like a beetle. I forget the full. I think it was Thornhide Beetle or something like that. The beetle that grew when you had creatures power 4 or greater. But this is just a way easier thing to accomplish. Just having a wolf or a werewolf in play that is not named Pack Song Pup. Well, it can even be named. It could be another Pack Song Pup. It can't be this Pack Song Pup. This card's just like very often going to be a 2 mana 1/1. There it is. Yes. No, not Iron Shell. Not Iron Shell Beetle. I'm forgetting. I think it's Thornhide, but I could be wrong. Either way, this card's just going to be way better than that. It's going to be way easier to hit that accomplishment. And what's oftentimes going to happen with this card is you're going to play this on turn 2, and then you're going to play a wolf or a werewolf on turn 3, and it just is. You're going to play another wolf or werewolf on turn 4, and this card's just going to grow all game long. And then if it ever dies, you gain life equal to its power. I think this card's going to be very good. This is a top tier uncommon in green. I'm going to give this like a 7.5. I think this is a very, very good uncommon, and in an archetype that really would like some very good 2s, this is a very good 2. So I'm happy with this card for sure. I like this card a lot in limited, and in constructed, this card's actually reasonable in constructed too. You could like build a wolf werewolf deck. I'll give it a 6. I'll give it a 6 in constructed. I could see this card making some noise in some deck if there was just an all wolf werewolf deck. It's also worth noting that we talked about the 1 mana wolf earlier. So you could build a constructed deck now that goes 1 mana 2/1, play this on turn 2, and it just starts growing immediately. It just would grow on turn 2, which is sick. So yeah, I could see this being cool in constructed as well. Reclusive Taxidermist, 1 generic green. Human Druid, 1/2. Reclusive Taxidermist gets +3/+2 as long as there are 4 more creature cards in your graveyard. Add 1 mana of any color. This card is gross. This card is straight fire. Love this card. It's a Birds of Paradise. Taps for any color. That's already awesome. And then it could just be a 4/4. This card is great. This is a really, really good card. This is another, I'm going to give this another 7.5. I don't think this is better than Pack Song Pup, but I think it's about on par with Pack Song Pup. Just another very, very good 2-drop. So I'm really happy with this. 7.5, I would take this pretty early, pretty often. And in constructed, this is playable in constructed too. A 2-drop that taps for any color of mana. I didn't even know this card existed before looking at it just now. So it's possible we'll end up throwing this in that green-red deck we were just screwing around with on Arena, because this can add blue mana for those counter spells out of the board. So it's possible this is just better than Tangled Florahedron, even though Florahedron can be a land drop. this adding other colors of mana is like really good, and the fact that this doesn't die to Spikefield Hazard is really good. So I like this card a lot. This is very good. Super into this. And I didn't actually technically give this a rating in Constructed. I'm gonna give this a 7.0 in Constructed. This is a very playable card in Constructed. The fact that it adds one of any color is disgusting. So 7.0 Constructed, 7.5 Limited. Good card. That's the same one. Retrieve. 2 generic green. Sorcery. Return up to 1 target creature card and up to 1 target non-creature permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Exile. Retrieve. If you're able to consistently get the 2 cards off this, it's going to be good. If you can't get 2 cards off this, don't play it. So, you know, you're going to need some sick, like, enchantments or artifacts. I guess it can get lands. It can always get land plus creature. Yeah, this card's pretty good. I mean, this is a very solid reclaim type card. I like this. It should be pretty good in the green-black, like graveyard, fill up the yard decks. Not bad at all. I'm going to give it, like... I think I'll give it a 7.0. That might be a little high, but this is almost always going to be a 2-for-1 in the green decks, which is sick. I love me some 2-for-1s. I love buying back bomb rares that you mill off a mulch or something. Yeah, I'm pretty into this. And Nessian Horn Beetle. Yes, that was the beetle that I was referring to. Thank you very much, Zach, for putting that in there. But yeah, this is a strong card. I think it's, you know, typically going to be a 2-for-1, which are always pretty good. Being able to buy back bomb rares is good, and you can also buy back random other bomb like non-creature permanents. Like if you have the enchantment that I was alluding to earlier, that I thought was so insane, like 9.0 enchantment. Yeah, it's a good card. I think it's a good card. I would pick this fairly highly if I'm going to be green. As far as constructed playability, it might be okay. If there's like a graveyard deck, if there is some deck that can actually like do the graveyard thing, a card like this could be kind of cool. I'll give it like a 5.0 in constructed. Might be playable. I'm not expecting it to be playable, but it could do something. Rural Recruit. 3 generic green human peasant 1/1 training. When Rural Recruit enters the battlefield, create a 3/1 green boar creature token. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. It creates a thing that can train it twice. It's a human, which is very relevant creature typing. Yeah, I mean, this like seems like a solid 4-drop. It's better than some of the other 4s we've seen. I don't know. I'm gonna give it like a 6.0. You do have to be able to like get through with these for this to like be a real card. But you know, a 1/1 and a 3/1 for 4 mana is okay, and the 1/1 having training is pretty cool. If you have ways to like jump this or give it evasion, or if you have like some good removal, anything that can get this card through, then it's kind of cool. If the boar isn't suiciding in, then it's cool. It's fine. This card's fine. 6.0 in limited. You'll typically play this. You might not be thrilled about it. It might end up being bad. It's a little hard to evaluate at first glance. The 2 bodies are cool, but they're both... I mean, the 1/1 is completely underpowered at 4 mana. The 3/1 is also underpowered at 4 mana. So, you know, how good is that? It's hard to say. It's really just going to depend what the format looks like, what kind of matchup you're in, things like that. But 6.0, it's fine. It's definitely an okay common. And as far as constructed goes, 0. Do not play this. There's no way you should be playing this over like a Sika's Chariot or something. So just knock it off. Don't play Rural Recruit in constructed, but limited, 6.0. Not too bad. Sawblade Slinger, 3 generic green, human archer, 4/3. When Sawblade Slinger enters the battlefield, choose up to 1, destroy target artifact and opponent controls, or fight target zombie and opponent controls. If your opponent's playing zombies, this card's going to be really good, because it's a lot of zombies are like 2/2s and things, so this is just going to come down and kill something. Also, obviously, if your opponent has a good artifact in their deck, then it's going to be sick. But if it's just a 4-mana 4/3, that's pretty medium. But having the upside means you're almost always going to main deck this card, because at worst it's going to be a 4-mana 4/3, which is playable, and at best you're going to get to 2-for-1 your opponent, which is very good. So you're typically going to start this card. I'm going to give this a 7.0. I think it's like equally as good. I think earlier I gave the 4-mana 4/4 wolf that could like flip a 7.0, and this is right on par with that. It has one less toughness, but if you're ever able to get these payoffs, it's going to be great. And even if you're not able to get the payoffs, just 4-mana 4/3 is fine. So we'll give it a 7.0. I think it's a fine card. I would certainly be happy to play this in pretty much any green deck. And as far as constructed goes, again, you really probably shouldn't play this, but at least it has utility to kill zombies and blow up artifacts. So it's at least a little bit acceptable. I'm gonna give it a 4.5 in constructed, just because of all the utility that it has is kind of neat. Sheltering Boss, 2 generic green, aura, enchant creature. When Sheltering Boss enters the battlefield, draw a card. Enchanted creature gets +1/+3. Yeah, this card's whatever. I mean, it's kind of cool training because it bumps the toughness a ton and doesn't bump the power very much. So you still should be able to train pretty well. It cantrips, which is pretty good, and it just makes a huge wall creature. This card's fine. I'm gonna give it a 5.0. I think it's a very generically fine common. You'll play it in some decks. It's not gonna make the cut in a lot of decks, but you're never gonna be like super sad to play this card. It's like fine. So we'll give it a 5.0 in limited. Constructed, stay away from this. 1.0, not good. Don't do it. Snarling Wolf, 1 green, a reprint here. 1/1 Wolf. Pay 2 mana, green and a colorless. Snarling Wolf gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. Card's whatever. It's a lot of mana to invest into it. I think it's a little below average for a common. I'm pretty sad typically to be playing this card. 4.5. 4.5 in limited. Not a huge fan of this. And in constructed, also not a fan of this. But at least it's a 1-mana wolf, so you have like a good amount of 1-mana wolves. I don't know. We'll give it like a 3.0 in constructed because it's a 1-mana wolf, and there might be like a wolf aggro deck. But other than that, no. I mean, not an exciting card by any means at all. Just a huge mana investment, and the fact you can't even do it multiple times is a real shame with this card. So 4.5 limited, 3.0 constructed. Spiked Ripsaw. I see we're back to the basics of playing Magic. Yeah, Matt. Well, it turns out Arena we can't even brew decks anymore because they just shut down the client and I can't get back in. So that's where Arena's at today. It's been wonderful. Maybe you and I can play some limited tonight. Maybe it'll be done by midnight. Who knows? But yeah, I just figured we'd go back, finish up the set review, and then I'll be off at 4 o'clock as usual. But yeah, real bummer. I was really excited to play today, and we had a cool draft deck and a cool sealed deck, and we just didn't get to play them. Very annoying. Somehow release day is getting worse each time. Yeah, I guess it's just because people are playing. It can't handle that many people playing at once. We've seen this before with like competitive Magic events too. That one weekend where there was an Insight event, there was a Mythic Championship, and there was all the SCG events. Arena couldn't handle that either. The client just crashes if the whole world is playing. So a real issue that they should probably figure out how to fix. But nonetheless, here we are. Spiked Ripsaw, 2 generic green, equipment, artifact. Equipped creature gets +3/+3 whenever equipped creature attacks. You may sacrifice forest. If you do that, creature gains trample until end of turn. Equip 3. This card's fine. It's good to put on big idiots, but it's really slow. I'm really worried about a card like this against like blue or black or red or anything that can like interact with you, because 3 mana to play is already like a pretty hefty investment. 3 mana to equip is a very hefty investment, and if your opponent kills your guy in response to equip, you're basically just down 6 mana and didn't do anything. Now, Obviously, +3/+3 is pretty sick, and being able to sack a forest for trample is pretty sick. So maybe it'll still end up being good, but I think this card is actually kind of medium. I'm gonna give this like a, I'm gonna give this like a 6.0. I'd be happy to try it, but I would not be surprised if this card ends up being bad. Just that's a very high equip cost, and if your opponent has spells in their deck and can interact with you, you're going to get embarrassed trying to equip this card and trying to attack with it. The most embarrassing thing with this card, honestly, is your opponent lets you equip it, you sack a forest to gain trample, and then they like bounce your guy or kill your guy. Like blue-black is going to make you look like a fool if you're trying to equip this card and sack for trample if they have any interaction at all. +3/+3 is nice. I agree. I also remember plate armor. Throwing Ripsaw on training creatures, like training flyers, is probably going to be the best. But you have to remember with plate armor too, it not only did it have ward, but it was also equip 1. Wasn't it just literally equip 1 if you had other equipments? So, like, that's why plate armor was good. Plate armor was not good if you didn't play other equipments usually. It was fine. It was, like, good to throw on flyers, which was, part of the reason it was good is because it was white, because you could throw it on flyers. This being green, being able to gain trample obviously is good, but I don't know. I'm not a believer in this card yet. I'll need to see this be good before I believe. Like I said, I'm still giving it a 6.0. That's still a fine rating. I'm still going to play it in most of my green decks. I want to see how it works, but I'm very afraid that this card will end up being kind of awkward and clunky. Nonetheless, 6.0, still a fine limited rating. Constructed, just don't play this. No way. No way, no how. I could see it. I could see it maybe in some just like screw around deck. So I'll give it like a 2.0. If you're playing huge idiots and want to give them trample, good for you, I guess. But typically, wouldn't play this card. Not a big fan of Constructed. 2.0 there, 6.0 limited. Splendid Reclamation, green, 3 generic, sorcery. Return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tap. This is a reprint. This card is absolute garbage in limited. I'm going to give this a 0.0 in limited. I could almost never see this being good in limited in any circumstance. This is almost always going to be a last pick unless people are rare drafting. This card is terrible. It's a real shame that they even brought this card back. Maybe it will be playable and constructed in something, but probably not. It's just not a very good card. Because it could maybe be playable constructed, I'll give it like a 2.0 in constructed. But this card is just absolute garbage in limited. Just such a if you ever open this rare, you're going to be so frustrated. Just such a waste of a rare. Yeah, 0.0 in limited. Just one of the worst cards in the set, and it's at rare. I mean, just a real kick in the face if you ever open any of these, especially in a sealed pool. Opening this in the Arena Open would make me want to vomit. Nonetheless, though, 0.0 limited, 2.0 constructed. Moving on. Sporeback Wolf, generic, green, 2/2. Wolf, as long as it's your turn, Sporeback Wolf gets +0/+2. This card's whatever. It's a 2-mana 2/4 attacker, and it's a 2-mana 2/2 blocker. I mean, this is a very medium 2-drop. I would give it a 5.0. It's a 2-drop. You'll play it because it's a 2-drop in some decks, but I'm very unexcited by this. This is not the kind of card I want to be playing in my deck very often. I'll play it if I have to, but I would like it to not make the cut most of the time. There are a lot of better 2s that you can play. As far as constructed playability, it's awful. There's so many better 2s you can play in green. It's just just infinitely many better 2-drops. Give it a 1.0. Honestly, no, I'm going to give this a 0.0 in constructed. Just don't play this. Why would you play this in constructed? Just so many better 2s. 0.0 constructed, 5.0 limited. Moving on. Spore Crawler, 2 generic, green, fungus. When Spore Crawler dies, draw a card, 3/2. Yeah, I like this card a lot. It's a 3-mana 3/2, which is solid, and then whenever hopefully it trades with something, and 2-for-1's your opponent and draws a card. That's a very reasonable effect. It's a good card. I would give this a 7.0. A very strong common. I would take it pretty early in green and would always be happy to play this in my green decks. As far as constructed goes, it has a dies trigger. It's like okay. Drawing cards is cool. Give it like a 3.0, I guess. It's certainly better than Splendid Reclamation, unless someone figures out how to break this, which I doubt they will. But Yeah, cool card, 7.0 in limited, 3.0 constructed Spore Crawler. Toxic Scorpion, 1 generic green, Death Touch Scorpion, 1/1. When Toxic Scorpion enters the battlefield, another target creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. Yeah, this is a very good 2-drop. This is the kind of 2 I want to play. This is so much better than Sporeback Wolf. It's just not even funny. The ETB is good, and then just being a 1/1 Death Toucher is good. It can trade up with whatever you want it to that's on the ground. So this is just a good card. Very solid common. I'm going to give it... I would rate it right up there with Spore Crawler, but I think it's a little less good. But... I'm still going to give it a 7.0. I do think it's a little worse than Spore Crawler, but it's certainly as good as some of the other 7.0s we've done. Obviously, sometimes some 7.0s will be better than others. That's a problem with the rating scale. I can only go in the middle so many times, right? But Toxic Scorpion, very solid card. 7.0, would be very happy to play this as a 2 in any of my green decks. As far as constructed playability, not very good. Not very good. I mean, it's at least kind of playable, but not really. 2.0. 2.0. Yulvenwald Oddity. Beast. Trample Haste, 2 generic, 2 green, 4/4. Trample Haste for 4 mana, 4/4. Already absurdly good rate. And then it has 7 mana. Transform Yulvenwald Oddity into an 8/8 Trample Haste. Other creatures you control get +1/+1 and have trample and haste. Wowza. This is a sick limited card right here. It's not as good as some of the other rares and mythics we've seen, but this is a nice card. 4 mana 4/4 trample haste is already great. That's going to win a lot of races very easily. And then the flip is just ridiculous. An 8/8 trample haste, and then other creatures get +1/+1 and have trample haste. Yeah, this card's nasty. What do I want to rate this, though? Excuse me. Typically, it's going to be... it's going to be a 4 mana 4/4 trample haste, and then sometimes you'll get to flip it. You won't always get to flip it. As a 4 mana 4/4 haste, though, it's already, very strong. I'm going to give this card an 8.5. I don't think it's as good as some of the 9.0s that we've talked about, but it's still a very strong card. Almost always would first pick this card and would be super happy to have this in your green deck. Very, very strong card. On to, and constructed playability. Honestly, this is like a 7.0 in constructed. Just 4 mana, 4/4 haste trample. 4 mana, 4 power and haste is pretty reasonable. Trample's good, and then the transform could be gross. You're in green, so you're able to ramp into it. It doesn't look very good against, Asika's Chariot, but, it's still a strong card. I'm going to give it, 7.0. It could be playable at some point. Questing Beast was very playable. It's worse than Questing Beast, but it's still a very good card. Yeah, I'm happy with giving it a 7.0 in constructed and an 8.5 in limited. Weaver of Blossoms, 2 generic green, human werewolf. 2/3 tap, add 1 mana of any color, daybound, and then I assume at night it taps for 2 mana. Yep, 2 mana of any color, and is a 3/4. Yeah, this card's, it ramps. It's a pretty good body, and if it flips to night, adds a lot of mana for you, which is cool, and the body obviously gets more reasonable. This card's very fine. I'm going to give it a 6.5. I don't think it's as good as some of the 7.0 commons we've talked about. It's a 3-drop, but it's a very solid card. It could be a 7.0. It's very close to a 7.0, but I'm going to give it a 6.5. Very close to a 7.0, though, in limited. And then in constructed, don't play this. You just have better things to do. 1.0 in constructed, 6.5 in limited. Witch's Web, 1 generic, 1 green. Instant, target creature gets +3/+3 and gains reach until end of turn. Untap it. This card's pretty nice. It's going to blow people out a lot. It's going to eat a lot of flyers. 5.0, just another very reasonable combat trick. You'll play it in a fair amount of your decks. You won't play it in some of your decks. It's just nature of a combat trick unlimited. It's good that it untaps. It's a solid card. Nothing wrong with this in limited. 5.0, constructed. Would not play this. Would not recommend. You're still up? I am. Yeah. we're doing the preview, the set preview again because on Arena we can't fire our stuff because the client is down because too many people were trying to play Arena today. So here we are. We're finishing the set review, and then I will be done streaming at 4 o'clock as per usual. But yeah, Witch's Web, don't play this in Constructed, 1.0, 5.0 limited. Wolf can outcast, 5 generic green, 5/4, a human werewolf. The spell costs 2 less to cast if you control a wolf or werewolf. Daybound. Whenever Wedding Crasher or another wolf or werewolf you control dies, draw a card. 6/5. Yeah, this card's really quite good. I mean, if you're playing this card, you're playing wolves and werewolves, probably, because you're in green. So a 4-mana 5/4 is absurd. If you are able to play this card for 4 mana, it's very good. If you play it for 6 mana, it kind of sucks. It's still like okay at 6 mana, but it's pretty bad at 6 mana. So I'm gonna give this like a 7.0. I'm not willing to quite go up to a 7.5 on it, but this is a very solid uncommon. I'd be happy to take it pretty early in a draft, and it's something you would play in green for sure. Big body, and the back half of it is really nice. It's almost a 7.5. This card is good. I don't think I would ever take a card like this over a Hero's Downfall, which is what I keep going back to when I think about a 7.5. Would I ever compare this to a Hero's Downfall effect? And the answer is just no with this. But it is a good card. You will play it, and it's a strong 7.0. It would be better than some of the 7.0 commons that we talked about, but it's a fine limited card. Constructed, don't play this. I mean, even a 4-mana 5/4 and Constructed is just, it's whatever. Just don't do it. Bad card in Constructed, 2.0. We're going to go to Wolf Strike. 2 generic green instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn if it's night. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. So this is just a really nice fight spell. It's an instant, which is great. And it's also not a fight. It's just deal damage, so it's a bite. It's a bite, not a fight. Oh, didn't mean to click that. Bite, not a fight, makes it really good. Kind of reminiscent of like Clear Shot, because oftentimes you're going to be able to pass turn to make it night to get the +2, and then it's an instant. Yeah, this card's really good. I would actually give, this is a card I would maybe give like a 7.5 because it seems to be one of green's only removal spells we've seen. It's an instant. It's going to be great with the day-night mechanic because you'll pass, make it night, and then get the +2. So you're basically just going to kill everything with any wolf or werewolf. Yeah, this is sweet. This is a really good card. 7.5. This is on par with a Hero's Downfall because it's just a really good 3-mana removal spell. It has really good synergy with the day-night mechanic. It's just going to be a good card. And you can even blow people out with it in combat. You can like +2 your guy to get through something and then deal damage and bite and kill something else. So very good card. I like this one a lot. As far as constructed playability, not very good. I'm going to give it like a 3.0. Better than some of the stuff we've seen, but it's not a very good card in constructed, very good card in limited. All right. We are on to the multicolored stuff. Brine Comer, 1 generic, white, blue, spirit, 1/1. Whenever Brine Comer enters the battlefield or becomes the target of an aura spell, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying, disturb for white and a blue. It disturbs into an enchantment that when it enters the battlefield or enchanted creature becomes the target of an aura spell, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying, and then it has the whole exile clause. This card is great. This card is very, very good, especially if you're playing blue-white. It's already just a 3-mana 1/1 that when it enters makes a 1/1 flyer, which is pretty reasonable. And then every time you cast any of the disturb auras out of your graveyard, you're going to get more 1/1s. It's kind of like Watcher's Roost in the last format. Reminds me a little bit about that, or Ominous Roost, or whatever the name of the blue uncommon was that made 1/1s when you cast things out of your graveyard. But it's going to have a very similar feel to that card, but it's a little better because it also comes attached to a 1/1, and then this also has disturbed itself, which is going to make another 1/1 at worse for you. So yeah, I like this card a lot. I'm going to give this Demonic Bargain for green-black graveyard is crazy. That's fair. It might be. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what the green-black graveyard deck looks like, but if it's good, that'd be pretty cool. Um, Brian Comer is, I think, a 7.5. This is a very, very good uncommon. This is another card that I could see taking this over to Hero's Downfall just because of how much value it's going to generate, how many little flyers you're going to be able to produce. When this card is good, this card is going to be really, really good and really, really annoying to try and beat. So I like this card a lot. It's good. And as far as constructed playability, it's probably just a little too slow, but you could like build some cool stuff with this. I'll give it like a 4.0. It's below playable. Like a 5.0 is like baseline playable to me in constructed. It's definitely below that, but you could do some neat stuff with it. On to the next card. Dorothea, Vengeful Victim. White, blue, spirit, 4/4, flying. When Dorothea, Vengeful Victim attacks or blocks, sacrifice it at end of combat. Disturb for a generic, a white, and a blue. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature has, whenever this creature attacks, create a 4/4 white spirit creature token with flying that's tapped and attacking. Sacrifice that token at end of combat. Interesting. So this is basically a 2-mana 4/4 flyer that's either going to get to dome your opponent for 4, or you're just going to sit back and trade it with something, which is kind of sick. And then the enchantment part of it is basically just turns a guy into a kind of like a Geist of Saint Traft. The enchantment part of this is way better than the creature part of this. The creature part of this, I guess, is just usually going to come down, you're going to dome your opponent for 4, and then you're going to try to disturb it as quick as possible. Have you seen Syncopate? Yeah, Syncopate. We have gone over Syncopate, and yeah, Syncopate's a big player. Big player. Might see some standard play. I could buy that, but it's going to be sick in limited as well. Just good to have access to. Oh, nice. You're opening your packs. Wait, are you on? Is Arena up again? Is Arena up again? Did we get there with Arena? Are we going to get to play a little bit more Magic today? But anyway, this card seems pretty good. I'm going to give this actually like an 8.0. I think the back side of this is terrifying. Imagine saw it coming, but better. Yeah, it's not always better, right? Because like in standard, if you go to the late game, Syncopate's like an insane amount of mana to counter things. But it's going to be quite good in limited because usually 4 spike is just good enough, and the exile is going to be good. But anyway, back to this 8.0, very good. I'm on it. I think your decks are long gone, by the way. Really? My decks are gone? I better get the compensation. Anyway, that Geist of Saint Traft thing, unable to I can't get in still. So should I just do like log out? Try to reconnect. Maybe I'll log out. Maybe I have to log out. I got logged in somehow. All right, I'm going to log out, I guess. No limited events running, though. All right, that's fine. We'll play some Constructed. I don't really care. I just want to play some Magic. I just want to play some Magic. Oops. All right, I'm going to try and get in. Are you kidding me? Whatever. We're finishing the set review. That's where we're at. I'm just getting angry at this point. Getting a little furious with Arena. Anyway, limited 8.0. The back half of this is terrifying. Throwing this on like a 1/1 flyer and then just doming your opponent for 5 every turn is a disgusting. Yo, want to go for theory crafting, etc.? Sure. What are we trying to theory craft? I wish I could go in there and actually build some decks. Sorry, man. yeah, no, me too. I'm also sorry. I would love to go theory craft something. But that's fine. We'll just finish the set review. No big deal. And as far as constructed goes, this seems, again, a little slow for constructed, but who knows? Maybe someone will prove me wrong. Maybe this will be good in constructed. But I think it's bad in constructed. I don't know. I'll give it like a 6.0. It's a little above like baseline playability in constructed. It could be good somewhere. I don't know. Especially if we end up getting like a good hexproof cheap creature that we could throw this on and just literally build our own Geist of Saint draft, then maybe it'd be cool. But I don't think it's great right now. Runo Stromkirk. 1 generic, 1 blue, 1 black, vampire cleric, 1/4 flying. When Runo Stromkirk enters the battlefield, put up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard on top of your library. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. You may reveal that card. If a creature card with mana value 6 or greater is revealed this way, transform Runo Stromkirk. 3/5 flying. Whenever Krothis, Lord of the Deep, attacks, it's Kraken Horror, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. If that creature is a Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Serpent, create 2 of those tokens instead. This card is wild. I have not a clue how to evaluate this. I feel like in Limited this card is medium, but it is at base it's just a 3-mana 1/4 flyer, which is fine. You would play that. I'm going to give it like a 7.0 in Limited. It's got a very solid body in Limited, and if you're somehow able to pay off the 6 or greater thing and flip this, and then if you have a Kraken, Leviathan, or Octopus and get to pay off the attack trigger for 2 clones, it's completely broken. So I'm going to give it a 7.0. It'll be really sick some of the time, I'd imagine. Typically, it's going to be whatever. But it can do some cool stuff. So 7.0, and then as far as constructed, again, I have no idea how this looks in constructed. Oh, you just opened Runo. Well, I'm going to give it a 7.0. You should probably play it. Especially if you're able to pay it off with an Octopus, Leviathan, or Kraken. If you have got some good 6-drops, then go for it. I mean, flip it. If you're able to flip it into a 3/5, it's insane. A 3-mana 3/5 flyer is gas. But as far as the just like base value of it, I think it's generally going to be a 7.0. Yeah, the Kraken, which, yep, for sure. But 7.0 limited, and then constructed, I really don't know how to evaluate it. I'm just going to say 5.0. Maybe someone can do something broken with this. I have no idea. Yeah, if you can discard 6-drops effectively and then use Runo, that will be very cool. Skullscab, blue, black, zombie, exploit, 2/2. Whenever a creature you control exploits a non-token creature, create a 2/2 black. This card is great. I mean, this is just exactly what you want in the exploit archetype. I'm going to give this, because I think exploit is so good, and you just always want a card like this, and it's not only is it an exploit creature, it's also a thing that cares about other creatures exploiting. So it's like both parts. It's payoff and the fodder. So this is just great. It's just a wonderful payoff, and it has exploit itself. This is an 8.0 to me. I would take this very, very highly and would be very, very happy to play this. Second Runo, huh? All right, well, it sounds like you're going to have an interesting deck to try and build, for sure. But yeah, I'm going to give this card an 8.0 in Limited. This card seems awesome. As far as Constructed goes, will there be an exploit deck? I don't know, maybe. We'll give it a 6.0 in Constructed. I could see this being cool. It looks pretty neat, so we'll see how it turns out. Angie, Maid of Dishonor. 2 generic, black, red, 4/5, legendary creature, vampire. Whenever Angie, Maid of Dishonor, and or one or more other vampires enters the battlefield under your control, create a blood token. This ability triggers only once each turn. 2 mana, sacrifice another creature or a blood token. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. This card's great. This card is really, really good. I'm going to give this one like an 8.5. The reason I'm giving this one an 8.5 is blood definitely matters. It is going to make a blood off itself immediately, and then it continues to produce blood every time you play a vampire. Now, obviously, it only happens once a turn, but you can manage that pretty well. And then just being able to sack blood to drain your opponent for 2 is crazy. That is like really good. Turning blood into drain 2s is insane. But not only does it turn your blood into drain 2s, you can also just sack your creatures to drain 2. So I like this card a lot. This is going to be a really annoying card to play against in Limited. People will just be able to sit behind this and drain you down with their blood. They'll be able to drain you down with the blood they get from the Angie. Then they'll be able to drain you down with the blood they get from any of their other vampires. And then they can throw the vampires at you to drain you as well. So this card is going to kill people very, very quickly. And you just like never need to attack. So this card is really gross. I expect this to dominate a lot of games. Honestly, an 8.5 might even be a little too low for this card. It could even be a 9.0. Like, this card is crazy. Already, just a 4-mana 4/5 is a very solid rate. It gives you a blood immediately upon entrance, and then just the ability is absurd. Yeah, I'm actually 8.5 is too low. This is a 9.0. This card is like insane. This card is so good. It's up there with a lot of the other busted rares we've seen. This card's going to take over a lot of games. And then as far as constructed playability, it gives you a lot of blood, and it gives you a good thing to do with your blood. I actually like this in constructed potentially too. 7.0. What a disaster of a release day. I don't remember any being this bad before. All right, Eeyore. But no, I agree with you, Matt. It's pretty annoying for sure, because I assume you're not able to get in right now either, or you can't play Limited at least. Frickin' Arena, man. I'm going to give this a 7.0 in Constructed. I could see this being playable. 9.0 in Limited. This card's awesome. Blood Tithe, Harvester, Black-Red, Vampire, 3/2. When this enters the battlefield, create a blood token. You can sacrifice Harvester. Target creature gets neg-X until end of turn, where X is twice the number of blood tokens you control. Activate only as a sorcery. Card is really, really solid. I'm going to give this a 7. I'm going to give it a 7.0. I don't think it's quite a 7.5, although it is very close. A 2-mana 3/2 is strong. The ETB is very good. The sack is good. Getting blood is good. Yeah, you know what? All right, I'm going to give it a 7.5. It does just enough to be on par with cards like Hero's Downfall. Very strong card. And I would always be happy to play this in a black-red deck. I'm going to try right now, Matt, now that you bring it up. I'm assuming no is the answer. But maybe. This is promising. It's taking a while here. So maybe I can. Closed and reopened multiple times and gotten in. Great. Oh, man. Unable to log in. Timeout. Okay, let's just close the client entirely. I'm sending you my luck. Thank you. Thank you, Mangstein. I need that. I need your luck. Thoughts and prayers. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Unable to log in. Timeout. That's fair. Mine's acting differently. Yeah, dude, who the heck knows, man? I don't know. We can't even play Limited right now anyway, even if I get in, right? So how... I mean, we would play some Constructed, I guess, but... God, this is stupid. Ugh. Tilting. Whatever. We'll really... How the hell am I in? Yeah, I don't know. You're just lucky, I guess. Who knows? I guess I'm going to log out again. Maybe log out and re-enter will work. Close game, open back up. I've tried that once. I don't believe I'm going to get in. This is taking too long. Just close the game entirely. Yep. I just read that a second ago. I could like log out and then close and then try. Might be on a delay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think I'm gonna be playing any more Magic on stream today. We're just gonna have to go back to the. Just gonna have to finish up that limited set review here. I know it's not the most exciting. It's certainly not what I would pick to do right now, but whatever. May as well finish it, I suppose. Gives us something to do while I cannot get into MTG Arena. I suppose I could. I should really download MTGO on my computer as well, so that way in the future, if this kind of crap happens again, we'll just go on to Moto and play Modern or something. At least you completed like 2 games before it deleted Sealed and Drafts. Yeah, you're not wrong, man. Matt, you said you don't even think I'm gonna have my decks anymore. They'll give me my gems back at least, right? So I can just redraft. I had drafted a deck earlier. Okay. Olivia Crimson Bride. Let's take a look at this one. 4 generic, black, red, flying haste, 3/4, vampire noble. Whenever Olivia Crimson Bride attacks, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Tap and attacking it gains. When you don't control a legendary vampire, exile this creature. This card's going to be great and limited. Super good limited bomb. Flying haste is really solid, and then just reanimating creatures is straight fire, especially if they have like ETBs and things. I'm going to give this like an 8.5. This is a really sick card in limited. In constructed, though, it's going to be, I think, just way too expensive. Maybe if you can, like, this would be an interesting card in a Reanimator shell, because you can, like, bin this, and then you can reanimate this, attack, and then reanimate the other things that are in your graveyard until you lose this. But if you're reanimating other legendary things, then they won't exile. So, like, if you're just reanimating a bunch of legends... I don't know. This card's cool. It's interesting. In constructed, I'm going to give it like a 6.0. It is definitely exploitable. Maybe it can be broken, but if it can't be broken, it's just whatever. But it's a very good limited bomb. Once you logged off, gave you 50 gems and a pack. Like I went 0-3, and the limited event was gone. That is disgusting. If I only get gems for 1 win with that limited deck, I'm going to be pissed. That sealed deck was... Because I had a draft deck and a sealed deck, so I got screwed out of value on both, if that happens. Are they allowing people to, like, file for comp? Because that's going to be completely ridiculous. I'm going to be pissed. All right. Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, they better. That's disgusting. Child of the Pack. 2 generic, red, green. 2/5. Human werewolf. All right, I filed for comp for much less than that and gotten a refund. All right, good. You'll have to kind of show me how to file for comp when we're on playing tonight, because I assume we'll play tonight, as we often do. Hopefully limited will be up again in 8 hours. But anyway, Child of the Pack. 2/5. 2 generic, red, green. Human werewolf. Daybound. 4 mana, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token, and the flip side is a trample 5/5. Other creatures you control get +1/+0. This card's nuts. This card is straight fire. You're able to just sit here and make 2/2s and flip it to night whenever you want, and then whenever it's day again, you can make a 2/2 and flip it to night. This card is great. What a card. A very good body on 4 mana. I'm going to give this card actually an 8.5. This is like right up there with rares. This is an awesome card. I would first pick this over a lot of rares, I'm pretty sure. This card is ridiculous. Not only is it a reasonable body on 4 mana, it has a great activation, and the activation lets you just flip it to night. You can just use your turn, activate, make a 2/2, flip this into a 5/5 trampler that makes the 2/2 a 3/2. Like, this card is great. What in the world? I love this card. Yeah, I'm really into this. I'm going to give 8.5 in limited, and then in constructed, this is actually like a card I could see someone playing in something. I'll give it like a 4.0 in constructed. It's a little below baseline playability, I think, but this card is crazy good in limited. I cannot wait to have this in a deck. Very nice card. Halana and Alina Partners. 2 generic, red, green. Human Ranger, legendary creature, first strike reach 2/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put X +1/+1 counters on another target creature you control, where X is Halana and Alina's power. That creature gains haste until end of turn. Wow. Okay, we got some bangers in red-green this time around. This is nice. This card is ridiculous. I'm going to also give this card an 8.5. The fact that when it comes down, it immediately puts 2 counters somewhere. Just the first turn it comes down. And then if you're ever able to like use a pump spell, then you just get to put like 3, 4, 5 counters somewhere at the beginning of combat. It has very relevant abilities. Its body is like a little weak, but this ability is just crazy. Like 2 counters every combat, like just permanent buffs. And then if you increase the power of this, you get to buff them even more. Jeez, this card is ridiculous. This card is also just going to win a lot of games outright very quickly. Doesn't take any time to establish the pressure because it just immediately starts putting counters on things. Yeah, this card's ridiculous. 8.5. I might even be giving it a little bit of a nerf. I should probably be giving it a 9.0, honestly, but we're going to give it an 8.5. You know what? No, I'm a liar. I'm giving this a 9.0. This is a better card than Child of the Pack, which is a crazy good card. But this card is even better than that. So yeah, I'm going to give this a 9.0. This card, if you don't kill this immediately, it's just going to completely snowball and beat the crap out of you. Oh yeah, that I do remember that, Matt. The old Glittering Frost, unable to tap for mana. I think we won the game anyway. Was the best part. Oh, I forgot you lost the game. But I think we still 7-win that draft. Either way, though, this card's ridiculous. 9.0 in limited. Constructed, it's like almost playable in constructed, too. I'm going to give this actually an 8.0 in constructed. Imagine this card with, like, the 3-mana werewolf with the haste. I forget the name of it right now. But the red werewolf, the 2/3 that can give things haste and all that, you can target this with that werewolf, and then you can put 3 counters on the werewolf and attack with a 3/3 first striker. This is ridiculous. This card is crazy. I love this card. I'm probably going to... This is like a very constructed playable card, I think. 8.0 in constructed. 8.0 constructed. 9.0 in limited. What is this card? This card is crazy. This card is going to win a lot of games in a lot of formats. I would not be shocked if that ends up happening at all. All right, Sigardian Paladin. 2 generic, green, white, human knight. As long as you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature this turn. It has trample and lifelink. It's a 4/4. Has white, green, generic target creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it, gains trample and lifelink until end of turn. I mean, this card is just insane in the training archetype. This is like another card, just another ridiculously powerful uncommon. A lot of great gold cards so far. I'm giving this an 8.5 too. This card is like ridiculous. The trample, the lifelink, giving other things trample, lifelink. Like, this card is sick too. I guess 8.5 might be a little aggressive. I think it's a little worse than Child of the Pack, but I don't know. Its body, it's got more power. The lifelink trample is super good. Now, I'm going to give it an 8.5. This card's very good. If you see this in limited and you're in green and white and you're in the training archetype, like, card is crazy. Card is crazy. As far as constructed goes, it's whatever. It's like a 5.0. 5.0 constructed, 8.5 limited. Teren's Fist of the Angels. 1 generic, green, white, legendary creature, human cleric, 2/2 training. Whenever you cast a creature spell, create a 1/1 green and white human soldier. Creature token with training. What in the world? Just another absurdly powerful gold card. Looks like you're definitely going to want to play gold cards in this format. These have all been just like ridiculously good cards. I'm going to give this also an 8.5. I don't think this is quite as busted as Halana and Alina Partners, but this card is ridiculous. Every time you play a creature, whenever you cast a creature, you get a 1/1, and the 1/1 has training, and then this can attack and make them 2/2s, and this can attack with other things and grow because it has training. I mean, this is a good card. So just another ridiculous gold card. 8.5 limited. And honestly, in Constructed, this is like a reasonable Constructed card too, especially because it makes humans. This is like a really good Constructed card too. I'm going to give this an 8.0 in Constructed. I could actually buy playing this card in like the historic humans decks, maybe a standard humans deck. Yeah, it's basically Monastery Mentor for creatures. Yeah, it really is. Um, but think about this card. This card is so stupid in historic humans because it makes humans. They have training, so like they're gonna grow. This guy's gonna grow from all the counter effects in humans. This card is sick. Like, what a card. You're probably just going to play like this and Adeline at the 3 slot now and not even worry about interacting with your opponent with cards like Brutal Cathar. I don't know. This card is gross. I like this card a lot. 8.0 Constructed, 8.5 Limited, Terenz, Fist of the Angels. Very good. Another gold card that I love that I've seen already. 2 generic, white, black, Edgar, Charmed Groom, legendary creature, vampire, noble, 4/4. Other vampires you control get +1/+1. When Edgar, Charmed Groom dies, return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Legendary artifact at the beginning of your upkeep. Create a 1/1 white and black vampire creature token with lifelink and put a bloodline counter on Edgar Markov's coffin. Then if there are 3 or more bloodline counters on it, remove those counters and transform it. So if you have a way to sacrifice Edgar, it flips into this artifact that just produces 3 1/1 white black lifelinkers, and then you flip Edgar back, so then they're all 2/2s. And then again, if Edgar dies, it flips into the artifact again and just keeps repeating this process. It's a slow card. It's not going to completely dominate games like we've seen some of these other rares do, but it's certainly still like, I think this card's like an 8.0. It's just a 4/4 that never dies. You have to exile this. It's a very sweet rare. Other vampires getting +1/+1 will be very relevant in this format. So it's a sick card. Going to give it an 8.0 in Limited. As far as Constructed goes, it's pretty darn slow, but you could do some cool stuff with it. I'm definitely going to play around with this card in Constructed. So I'm going to give this card a 7.0 in Constructed. I think it's pretty good. I think it has, you could definitely toy around with it and try making it work, which is exactly what I'm going to do. Kaya Geist Hunter, 1 generic, white, black, legendary planeswalker Kaya, starts with 3 loyalty, +1, creatures you control gain death touch until end of turn, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature token you control. -2, until end of turn, if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead. And -6, exile all cards from all graveyards, then create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying for each card exiled this way. So at face value, this card looks kind of medium, as Kaya's typically do. But I will say this: the +1 is not terrible. Giving everything death touch is certainly not awful. If you have creature tokens, being able to put counters on those tokens is pretty legit. But the thing that's interesting about this Kaya is it only takes 3 ticks to get to an ultimate that is rather insane. Like, if there are 5 cards in your opponent's graveyard, 5 cards in your graveyard, and you're able to defend this card for 3 turns, you're just going to ult it and get 10 1/1s with flying, which is broke. Completely broken. No one is beating that in Limited. So, at face value, it doesn't look that amazing because the plus and the +1 and the -2 are kind of medium. It's unfortunate that the +1 doesn't give them death touch until your next turn, so you could defend it better. But I think if you are in the like toughness matters archetype, or if you have a bunch of bodies that can defend this and block, and you're able to get to the ultimate, this card could be kind of ridiculous. So I'm going to give this card like a 7.5 because I could, like, if you hit the ultimate with this card, you're going to win the game, like, every time. So if you're able to build a deck that can adequately protect or is able to do the token thing, you know, plays like some Doom Dissenters, plays some other token-esque cards, then you could maybe pay this card off. I don't hate it. I'm going to give it a 7.5. I think it can definitely win some games. And for that reason, I'm giving it that 7.5. Now, in Constructed, you're able to build around it which is cool. I don't know. I don't know if it's probably not good and constructed either, but again, the ultimate is pretty sick. So if you're playing against like a control deck that can't interact with this card, it might just be good to just play it and start plussing it and then ult it to exile their entire graveyard and get a bunch of 1/1s. I don't know. It's a very interesting card. I'm going to give it a 6.5 in constructed, which may seem high, but you can build around this card, and I do think the ultimate on this is pretty sick. So we're gonna rate it a 7.5 in limited, a 6.5 in constructed. Next card, Markov Purifier. 1 generic, 1 white, 1 black. Vampire Cleric, 2/3, lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, you may pay 2. If you do, draw a card. Yeah, this card is kind of sick. I don't hate it, and you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Zach. That card would indeed be very ridiculous with Mentor. You'd have to be an Abzan deck, but it might be worth it, honestly. Who knows? Yeah, stupidly good. Honestly, it's pretty good with a training mechanic anyway. Giving all your trainers Death Touch greatly disincentivizes your opponent from blocking. So it can even be used in some aggressive decks. And if you're an aggro deck, your opponent's not going to have time to attack this either, which makes its ultimate also very scary. But back to Markov Purifier, I love this activation. I thought initially this card had flying, which would have made this card completely nuts. A 3-mana 2/3 flying lifelinker that can pay 2 every time it hits to draw a card would have been crazy. But I still think this card's fine. If you have other ways to gain life, especially if you have like a little lifelink flyer, then you're just going to sit behind this card and draw a bunch of cards. I think it's a very strong card. I'm going to give it a 7.5. I think it's like right there with Kaya. It can generate card advantage, which is typically just very good and limited. It's already a 3-mana 2/3 lifelink, which is fine. It's got a relevant creature type and vampire. It's a good card. 7.5 limited, and in constructed, I'll give it a 6. I could see this being playable somewhere. Eruth Tormented Prophet. 1 generic, 1 blue, 1 red, 2/4 human wizard legendary creature. If you would draw a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library instead. You may play those cards this turn. Well, that counts your draw step, so you're basically just drawing 2 cards a turn, and that's not even including draw spells. This card seems really good to me. Yeah, I mean, this card just seems really good. I'm going to give this I think, also an 8.5. I mean, this card is ridiculous. If you don't kill it, it's just going to just draw 2 every single turn. And then if you have, like, divination-esque effects, things like that, you're going to draw even more cards. It's going to be really good in a blue-red spell strategy. This card is very good. Honestly, maybe 8.5 is even a little low. It could easily be a 9.0. Honestly, I'm going to change it. I think this card's just going to completely dominate games. I'm going to give it a 9.0. I mean, the gold cards in this set are crazy. Crazy good. Yeah, so 9.0. This card is pretty busted. You just draw 2 cards a turn. If you have draw spells, you draw additional cards. Yeah, I mean, so if I'm understanding this correctly, if you have a draw 2, it exiles the top 4 of your deck, and you can play those cards until end of turn, I believe. It checks for every single time you would draw a card. So this card seems really, really gross. 9.0. The one thing that might make it not a 9.0 and still an 8.5 is this card's not just going to outright kill your opponent. It's going to bury them in cards. But honestly, in limited, burying your opponent in cards is basically as good as outright killing them anyway. You'll win eventually. Whatever. 9.0 limited. And as far as constructed goes, I could actually see this being like a 7.5 in constructed. You could definitely play this card. A 2/4 that just draws 2 a turn. I could easily see the blue-red decks playing some number of this in standard. It was like a 1-of. This card's stupid as heck. Yeah, if you have lands, they are dead. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, card's crazy. Card's just absolutely nuts, man. Yeah, this card would, like, consider an opt. Like, is this playable in Phoenix in Historic? It might be. Honestly, like, crazy. This card's ridiculous. Faithless Looting, exile the top 4 cards of my deck. The problem with that, though, is you don't get to discard the cards that you draw off looting, so it could end up being awkward in Phoenix. Who knows? Yeah, you do technically run out of hand resources. You do. Um, so that is true. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to give it a 7.5 in constructed, 9.0 in limited, and we'll just kind of see where this one goes. This is a very cool card. Wandering Mind, 1 generic, blue, red, 2/1, horror, flying. When Wandering Mind enters the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-creature, non-land from among them, put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Dude, the gold cards in this set are crazy. This card is ridiculous, too. Look at the top 6 on a 2/1 flyer, and just put a spell in your hand, an instant or sorcery, which you want to be in blue-red anyway. This card's ridiculous. 8.0. This card is an 8.0. I think it's a little worse than some of the other uncommons, but this card's crazy. You would first pick this card a lot. This card is nuts. It's already a pretty reasonable rate as a 2/1 flyer, and then it just draws. It looks at the top 6 and puts an instant or sorcery in your hand. It doesn't even have to be an instant or sorcery. It can be like an enchantment, can be an artifact, could be a planeswalker. What is this? This is ridiculous. The uncommon gold cards are crazy in this set. I cannot believe how good they are. 8.0. And I might be underselling it. It might be an 8.5. Like, this card is crazy good. As far as constructed goes, it's like okay in constructed too. I'm going to give it like a 5.5. Like, very good card. Just a really, really strong card. Wandering Mind. There it is. Ancient Lumberknot, 2 generic, black, green, 1/4, tree folk. Each creature you control with toughness greater than its power assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Okay, I was waiting for this kind of effect. This card is fire. The 1/13 is all of a sudden a 13/13 for 5 mana. Heck yeah, man. This card is awesome. Awesome. Another 8.0. I don't think it's... Now I'm sad I gave this an 8.0 because I don't know that it's quite as good as this card, but it is in the archetype in black-green with all the toughness. It's going to be ridiculous. So, yeah, whatever. 8.0, very sick uncommon yet again. Just apparently gold cards are insanely high value in this format, and you're going to want to draft them very often. As far as constructed playability, I don't know. Maybe there's like a Doran Siege Tower type deck you can play now in standard. I mean, having this effect in modern, now we have more Durans. I don't know. It's cool. It's cool that it. Yeah. I'm gonna give it, I guess, a 6.0 in constructed. 6.0. Old Rustine. Oh, that's what we just looked at. Markov Waltzer, 2 generic, red, white, vampire, 1/3, flying haste. At the beginning of combat on your turn, up to 2 target creatures you control each get +1/+0 until end of turn. Well, it can target itself, so it's effectively a 4 mana 2/3 flying haste, and then it can pump other things. It's going to be quite good with the training mechanic. I think this card's very solid. It's not quite as good as the other stuff we've been looking at, so I'm going to give it a 7.5. It's still a very solid card, though. I mean, I'm not going to be sad to play a Markov Waltzer at all in a red-white deck. It's very close to an 8.0. I mean, it's just a good card. Flying haste. It's going to have 2 power every turn that you want it to have 2 power. It's just good. It's just a good card. 7.5 could be an 8.0. I'm going to rate it slightly lower than some of the other stuff, but that may not be fair, honestly. It might just be an 8.0. Oh, man. I don't know. Maybe it is an 8.0. This card's just crazy. It's another just very good gold card. Yeah, whatever. 8.0. It's tough, man, because, like, all these cards are just very, very strong. They're definitely on par with each other, which I like. Being gold in any of these color combinations, you're going to get paid off heavily with your uncommons, which is great to see. It's great to see that they're not screwing over one of the archetypes and making them significantly worse than the others. This is how you make a good limited format. Anyway, we're going to get 8.0 in limited. Constructed, yeah, it's like fine. 6.0. 6.0 in constructed. You could play this. It does some cool stuff. Probably worse than other things, but it's a cool card. Odric, Blood Cursed. 1 generic, red, white, vampire soldier, 3/3. When Odric Blood Cursed enters the battlefield, create X blood tokens, where X is the number of abilities from among flying First Strike, Double Strike, Death Touch, Haste, Hexproof, Indestructible, Lifelink, Menace, Reach, Trample, and Vigilance found among creatures you control. I don't understand why this card didn't do this when it attacked as well. It should definitely do it when it enters and when it attacks. I think this card's kind of weak. This rare is literally worse than like every uncommon we've looked at in the multicolored area almost. This card's not very good, honestly. The fact that it only does that one time, it itself has none of those abilities. I think this card's just not very good, honestly. This is like not much better than it's like a 7.0. This is not much better than a lot of commons. I'm not very excited by this card, and 7.0 might be a little aggressive as well. I'm just giving it a 7.0 because it's a 3-mana 3/3 with upside. This card doesn't seem good to me. I guess the effect's not. I don't know. Like, is it? Is getting a bunch of blood like that good? Like, it's not even that busted in my opinion. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I think this card is fine. It's a 7.0. You're not going to take this card super highly. I could easily see taking any of the uncommons we talked about over this, and very happily doing so. It's worse than a lot of commons. It's worse than a lot of uncommons. This is just a not very good rare. It is still a 7.0 though. It's still like a fine card. It's a 3-mana 3/3. You'll be happy to play it in a red-white deck, and you'll get some value off it some of the time. In red-white vampires, creating the blood will be cool. You might be able to get 2 or 3 blood off it. It's whatever. This card's whatever. It's a 7.0. In Constructed, I think it's maybe a 5.0. Maybe you can do some cool stuff with it. I don't know. Artifact permanents, even if you're not looting with them. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. This card is 7.0 in Limited, we'll give it, and a 5.0 in Constructed. Grolnak the Omnivore. 2 generic, green, blue. Whenever a frog you control attacks, mill 3 cards. It's a 3/3 frog. Whenever a permanent card is put into your graveyard from your library, exile it with a Croak counter on it. You may play lands and cast spells from among cards you own in exile with Croak counters on them. Interesting. So this card works pretty well with like the mulching and the 5-mana common that mills cards. If you're able to actually allow this card to attack and get it through, that'd be sweet, because then you're able to mill, and then I don't know. This card's pretty sweet. I'm gonna give this also an 8.0, just because I feel like in the archetype where you're doing the thing, where you're really doing the graveyard thing, it's going to be pretty awesome, because it doesn't even need to attack to get those cards under it. You just need other cards that are putting cards in your graveyard from your library. So it seems like a cool card. We'll give it an 8.0. Seems like another really sick payoff for another gold card. This one's a rare, but nonetheless, 8.0 in Limited, and then Constructed, yeah, whatever. I mean, it's a not very good card, but we'll give it like a 4.0. It's a frog. It does some fun things, so people like that. Yeah. Vile Spawn Spider, green, blue, spider, 2/3 reach. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. You know, that has great synergy with Grolnak. Pay 2 and a green and a blue. Sacrifice Vile Spawn Spider. Create a 1/1 green insect creature token for each creature card in your graveyard. Activate only as a sorcery. Oh my god. This card is crazy. A 2-mana, 2/3 reach is already absurdly high rate. Being able to mill at the beginning of your upkeep, just milling a card. It's awkward that's not May, so it can eventually kill you, but you can always just sack it off to lose it. To just be able to turn this into like 13 spiders very late in the game, or 13 insects. This card's great. I mean, I give this an 8.0 as well. I really like this card. Just another insanely good uncommon payoff. Just every uncommon payoff for the gold cards has been unbelievably good. Like this card a lot. And on to the artifacts. Blood Servitor. Oh, sorry, I didn't give a constructed rating for this. It's actually a cool constructed card because of the mill, and it's a pretty good body, all that. I'll give it like a 6.0 in constructed. Blood Servitor, 3 generic, construct, 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, create a blood token. This card's fine. 5.0. 5.0 in Limited. Very bad in constructed, but in Limited, if you are low on blood and you want blood, it gives you blood. It's a little weak for a 3-drop, but the fact that you eat a blood could matter. So we'll give it a 5.0. Some decks will play it, some decks won't. Limited limited 5.0, constructed 1.0. Boarded Window, 3 generic artifact. Creatures attacking you get -1, -0. At the beginning of each end step, if you were dealt 4 more damage this turn, exile Boarded Window. Okay. This card, it's really going to depend what you're playing against, but if you're playing against like a bunch of 1/1 spirits, this card is going to be gross. If you're playing against a bunch of 1/1 insects, just invalidating every 1/1 in play in combat is kind of cool. This will be definitely a really awesome sideboard card, and it might even make the main deck of some decks. If you're very defensive, you might play this. If you're weak to flyers, you would play this. The fact that if you're dealt 4 more damage, you have to exile, it's a little awkward, so you really got to be careful about the kind of decks you're going to play this in. But I think it's fine. I mean, I'm going to give it like a 5.0. Some decks will play it, some decks won't. And there will be spots where it's insanely good. And there will also be spots where it's like pretty bad. Against werewolves, this card is kind of terrible. So we'll get a 5.0 in limited, and in constructed, this card could also be kind of annoying in constructed, to be honest with you. But we'll give it like a 5.0 in constructed as well. I could see this seeing sideboard play in some decks. Ceremonial Knife, 1 generic equipment artifact. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage, create a blood token. Equip 2. This is a good equipment. It's a very reasonably costed equipment. 1 mana. It's colorless, so any deck can play it. And this is just going to be a great thing to throw on a flying vampire. Oops. Give it +1/+0. Hit you. Create a blood. And the vampires deck want blood anyway. Yeah, I like this card a lot. I'm actually going to give this like a 6.0. It's also pretty good with training. Again, just another thing that pumps trainers, but creating blood is nice. Solid card, 6.0 in limited. A lot of aggressive decks are going to be fine playing one of these. And as far as constructed goes, this card's not really playable. I'll give it like a 2.0. Dollhouse of Horrors, artifact, 1, tap it, exile a creature card from your graveyard, create a token that's a copy of the exiled card, except it's a 0/0 construct artifact in addition to its other types, and it has, this creature gets +1/+1 for each construct you control. It gains haste until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. Is this card gas? I mean, this card is like really interesting. You get to do this every turn. This seems pretty sick in the mill decks where you're just milling your entire deck. You're just going to get all your creatures back, get all those ETBs, make them bigger and bigger every turn. It's like kind of an interesting card that could be used in reanimation decks in standard or just various constructed formats. This card's sick. I like this card. This is very cool. No idea if it's playable, but I think in limited this card will be good. I think in limited, if you're doing the graveyard thing, this card could be really sick, especially if you have a lot of good ETBs. So yeah, I guess I could see this in the black-green deck. Yeah, I could see it in the blue-green deck as well. Yeah, this card's cool. I'm going to give this card actually an 8.0. I think this card has potential to really, really dominate if you build around this card. It can do some very, very interesting stuff. So I'm going to actually give it an 8.0. I like this card a lot. I would take it pretty highly. I actually would take a card like this over Hero's Downfall just to build around it and see how it goes. But I think it's cool. I think it's a really cool card. As far as constructed, I'm going to give it a 6.5. I think it has potential there too. It can do some very cool stuff. I'd like to see where this one goes. Foreboding Statue, 3 mana. Construct, 1/2, tap, add 1 mana of any color, put an Omen counter on Foreboding Statue. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 3 or more Omen counters on Foreboding Statue, untap it and transform it. Transforms into a 5/5 at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, add 1 mana of any color. Yeah, this card's like whatever. I mean, it's a 3 mana thing that adds 1 mana of any color, so it's going to be a good ramper in the format no matter what. That's fair, Mangstein. Well, I'm glad you got in. I'm glad you got in. That's good. Yeah, I think this card's like fine. I'll give it a 7.0. I think it's a solid card. A lot of decks will be fine playing this, and That's a limited rating, and then as far as constructed, it's pretty weak. I'd give it like a 3.0. Limited events back up. Thank God. I'm not gonna do any more because it's 4 o'clock, and I'm gonna be done after we finish up these last 6 cards here. Honored Heirloom, artifact, tap, add 1 mana of any color. It's 3 generic mana, and then 2 mana tap, exile target card from a graveyard. This card's fine. It's a very solid mana rock. I'd give this like a 6. 6.0. If you're interested in a mana rock, you'll be happy with this. And then it has some excess stuff. Being able to exile cards out of graveyards is cool. Also a very good card to play in a sideboard if your opponent is doing a bunch of graveyard-based nonsense. As far as constructed goes, not playable. 2.0. 2.0. Don't play it. Investigator's Journal, 2 mana clue or artifact clue. Enters the battlefield with a number of suspect counters on it equal to the greatest number of creatures a player controls. 2 mana tap, remove a suspect counter from Investigator's Journal, draw a card. 2 mana, sacrifice Investigator's Journal, draw a card. So it's basically just a pile of clues. Investigator's Journal is just a pile of clues. This card will be pretty good and limited. I mean, you know, it kind of reminds me a little bit of like a Maze Mind's Tome, but you have to get a bunch of creatures into play before it'll be like a tome, because basically you want this to have as many clues in it as possible. So you'd like to typically play this with like 2 counters on it. So if your opponent has 2 creatures, or if you have 2 creatures, you want to play it, and then it'll basically draw you 3 cards whenever you need it. But there'll obviously be spots where it's even better than that. I'm going to give it like a 7.5. This is a very solid rare. I would first pick this card for sure out of some packs. Some packs I wouldn't, but some packs I would. But I think this card's pretty good. It's a little slow, so you're going to need to be prepared for that. But it's a very strong card, and this card is another one of those rares that, like, you know, can just bury people in cards. And in limited, that's a good way to win games. So 7.5, I like it a lot. And as far as constructed goes, it's like whatever. I mean, it could be maybe good in like a go wide creature deck, just as like a bunch of cards. Maybe you're into this. I don't know. It's like a 5.0 in constructed, but it's pretty sick and limited. Lantern of the Lost, 1 mana artifact. When Lantern of the Lost enters the battlefield, exile target card from a graveyard. Okay, 1 mana tap. Exile Lantern of the Lost, exile all cards from all graveyards, then draw cards. So this is a lot like a Relic of Progenitus. Yeah, this card's pretty good. You'd be fine. I'm gonna give this like a 5.5. Like, it's gonna be more of a sideboard card than anything. But some decks will start this card. If graveyards end up being completely insane in this format, then you'd start it. You'll never be sad to start it because it can replace itself, and it's a pretty cheap cost. So it's fine. It's a fine card, but it'll be very, very good out of sideboards, again, if your opponent's doing graveyard-based nonsense. As far as constructed goes, I mean, it's cool to have this, I guess. I guess we'll give it a 5.0. This could be a good sideboard card, so I'll give it a 5.0 in constructed and a 5.5 in limited. And the last card in the set, Wedding Invitation, 2 generic artifact. When Wedding Invitation enters the battlefield, draw a card. Tap, sacrifice Wedding Invitation. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. If it's a vampire, it also gains lifelink until end turn. This card's I guess it's like a 4.5. You don't typically want to play this card, but like if you're heavy on vampires, it's like fine. It's a 2 mana thing that replaces itself, and then later it's going to give your guy unblockable and lifelink. That's fine. You'll start this in some decks. Usually you won't, but it's an okay card. And as far as constructed, I mean, it's not really very good at all. So I can't imagine you'll play this, but I guess give it a 1.0. And that's going to do it for today for me, the constructed set review. Tomorrow, hopefully I'll be able to hit all those limited events really hard. We're just going to do that all day, sealed and draft. Maybe a little bit of constructed, but probably not. I want to play some limited. That was my plan to do today, and we really kind of got robbed on that dream. So we'll do that tomorrow. If you enjoyed the content, please give my team Swish Gaming a follow on YouTube, Swish Gaming on Facebook, The Swish Gaming on Twitch, The Swish Gaming on Twitter, and swishgaming.com is our website, where I will be posting shortly, hopefully over the weekend, a list of all my ratings for these cards. So if you are interested in those, you can take a look at them. It is completely up to you, obviously. Yeah, Matt, I will let you know. But I am going to head off for today. Matt, I will probably see you tonight. We can do some limited later. But yeah, I'm going to head off now. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and I will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m.